Let's get this party started. Come on, Rock fan. There we go. Cool. All right. All right. I see Baba is in the room already. All righty. Yeah, I talked to Octo for a little bit after, so apologies for being late. Chris had some things going on, so Chris is going to be a little bit delayed. I imagine he will get here sometime soon. But in the meantime, in between time, I will get us going. So let's go ahead and start the show.
You were here because you have a question. Really get down to understanding this political matrix.
Out there, the stunt double. He walked out. He's got an oximeter on his back. I'm like, you gotta keep other. Marcus said on his other show. He was like, American politics is simply pro wrestling.
He became afraid of everyone because people were reporting on each other.
We're living out Minority Report too as well. And you know what? You know why we know that, boss? Because we've been reporting on it. Yeah, I know.
All the black people in this country be willing to take a reservation.
That's what the Nation of Islam was asking for.
Put a couple of clips together.
It's crazy to see how much Martin Luther King really began to look like, damn, man, Malcolm was fucking right.
I mean, what is the elite's end game?
There's this assumption that as a black commentator or black journalist that you're not informed.
Relationships, that's a skill we have to learn.
It's even more kind of mind-blowing because we're supposed to be the multicultural space.
Trying to drum up money to keep the war machine going so they can keep the donors happy.
Yeah. Do the Chinese own part of that?
Began a long time ago. Ukraine has had a neo-Nazi problem for decades.
Proof of sanction, am I right?
I don't know if Dom Copters will do it, but something's got to be able to save the world.
From the private industry here.
Like I say, people come on here, they can say stuff they don't normally say on their own shows, which is fine.
It's McDonald's. Whoop-de-doo.
Ooh.
And their cholesterol is going to go down. Yeah, good.
Look, we only exist because we have the biggest military, kid.
And silencing a person like Julian Assange. Because it affects everybody. And today, last week, believe you me, because they know who you are. They watch. They got people that's going out there. They don't want you guys having the conversations that you're having on this show. Mm-hmm. So it affects the political matrix today.
Hello, and welcome everybody to the Political Matrix. I am your host, Young Morpheus. Let's see, what we got going on here? I see Atris. Yeah, it's been a long time since I heard from you. What's up, Atris? Baba is in the building. Got Hamza's in the building. Let's check over on the Rock Fan side. Who we got over there? Who's tuning in with us? Got a couple watching, but nobody in the chat quite yet. Tonight got some interesting topics. We got China, of course, to talk about China with Russia. It's some stuff going on with Israel also that we need to talk about. Let's see, TikTok, the committees that are going on with that, and more. Yeah, Hamza, I normally catch the most of the fights on the next day. I normally don't watch anything right away. Kind of a little, I don't know. I'm not all technologically advanced like some of these people, so I don't have all these different apps and everything to get around it, and I'm too cheap to pay for anything, so I normally watch it when they become free. So, what was I going to say? Oh, I think I said everything I was going to say. I went into our main topics. Of course, we know how the show goes. As something else comes up, then we will definitely address it. Anything that was missed, then we can always engage on that. I figured just for a little bit of fun, what did I want to show? Let's see if it's giving me the same thing as far as here as it did for Republican Clown Show. I don't know. Where was it at? What did I want to show you all? Oh, that's right. That's what I wanted to start with. Start with something fun. Oh, wait a minute. That's right. I sent it to myself. Just gotta communicate better with myself right now. So let's go into what I've sent. And let's just get this on the screen. And I don't know if you all have heard what's been going on with some of this TikTok stuff. It's been interesting. I know last week we talked about TikTok. And we kind of alluded to that there are some officials were trying to do different things and go against it. It all stems from, you know, a lot of the stuff that we feel that they're stoking as far as China versus Russia. But let's put this on the screen so you guys can hear some of the interesting questions, I guess, the CEO of TikTok is getting, because it has been getting a lot of attention because some of the questions have been so kind of weird. So that's it. Let's put it on the screen. Where is that? Oh, that's right, on Twitter. Let's pull up my Twitter. Oh, that's right. It's not actually on Twitter. It was in my Twitter, but it is on TikTok. Oh, crap. Man. Actually, why don't I make that a little bit smaller? Why don't I have myself in there? There we go. Oh, you said, where is Chris? Waiting on Chris. Now, you guys want me to send Chris a message, see where he's at? I can send him a message. Be like, Chris, get your ass in here. You know what? Let's call him live. Let's call Chris live. That'd be fun. I'll put him on speaker. Let's call reset. Let's go speaker.
Please leave your message.
Oh, he's ducking me. Oh well. If he calls back, you guys will get to hear his funny ringtone I have for him. But yes, interesting. Cat83 says, funny is when Macron is interviewed and how people need to tighten their belts while he tries to hide his 80K watch under the table. Oh, okay. He's still tied up. Jimmy, hey, Jimmy is in the building. Jimmy says, I heard Zuckerberg gave this committee questions. He's got it hard for TikTok. Used to want to buy it, but has been lobbying against it. That would not surprise me. And I see Tammy is in the building also. Yeah, Chris is working on some stuff. Let's see. So he will be joining us shortly. Okay, cool. So just letting him know, cool. He said he'll be here probably about, 30, 45 minutes or so. So y'all just rocking with me tonight. I see Mr. Streets is in the building. Oh, and appreciate you, Streets, for swinging through the other day on my live stream on Hebrew Apologetics. I'm surprised no Jira tonight. But Jimmy, what you said there, it does not surprise me that Zuckerberg would be doing that, setting this up. I do know that all of these different tech titans, it would be advantageous for them to get TikTok out of the way. But I mean, it just kind of surprises me, like, guys really are that bad at understanding technology that you don't understand how it works. I mean, the same thing that you would have, the same issues that you're talking about accessing your network, literally everything that you have is already doing that. I guess they just don't have a problem with our state government doing it, which, if you really think about it, it's more of a concern and more problematic if your own country is doing it. Because what can China do? Can China literally come to your house and snatch you out of your bed in the middle of the night? No. But our government can do that to you. And I feel like that should be more of a concern. Hamza says, the only reason Russia is not part of the West is because they don't want areas like Siberia, Dagestan, Loma to be a part of the West. I don't think that's what it is. I think it's more or less. Do you guys really want to hear my opinion on why Russia is not part of the West? If so, let me know in the chat, and then I'll go into it. Because it's kind of a lot of things I'd have to lay out, and it's kind of a long answer. Tammy says, watching these politicians question the CEO of TikTok was like watching old men yelling at a cloud. Exactly. There's Jira. Says, hey, Marcus, Tammy, Mr. Streets. Yo, Marcus, speaking to the devil. Iaki Asta. Exactly. Speak of the devil, and they will appear. Kat says, people don't realize how big of a deal cooperation between Saudi Arabia and Iran is, especially between Shiite and Sunni Muslims. Also heard Soleimani was murdered because he was working on a deal with, yes, Saudi Arabia. I'm glad you brought that up, Kat, because that's something that Nico was one of the first people who I heard allude to that. I can stop sharing that for a minute. I can go back to one of my old videos. Let me get it queued up first. But I actually talked about the Soleimani assassination and that it was going to allude to other things later on. Where's it at? Oh, go into my original channel. I guess I don't know what to call it, just my solo channel. But let's go back. I did this video quite some time ago. Let's see where it was. Bear with me as I keep scrolling down. It was back. It's Iranian Cold War, assassination of General Qasem Soleimani. Oh, wow. I wonder if this video aged well or not. I was always told not to go back and look at your old videos because they don't always age so well. But in this case, I might do it. I see Myra's mom is in the building. let's see a little bit about what I was saying back then. So let's put it on the screen. Yes, I know. Look a lot younger then. Oh, I have to go very beginning. Skip ahead a little.
Wanted to discuss the murder and assassination of the Iranian general Qasem Soleimani. No, I did say assassination because I feel that's exactly what it is. The reason why I call it an assassination is he was killed outside of his country by a country who was just recently allies with him. Now, the narrative.
Well, let's pick up my play speed. I talk a little bit too slow for my own liking. Let me speed me up a little bit.
That's been floating around cable news is that, oh, we took out the world's top terrorist. He wasn't the top terrorist just a few months ago when the Trump administration was just working with him to defeat ISIS. I asked for you to start paying more attention. Those of you who are not, those of you who are paying attention to it, I ask for you to speak out and challenge people when they don't have pushback to these things. Some of the conversations I've had with people, they said, oh, well, you know, he was a bad guy and he's killed Americans and he's done this and that. Have you asked the question which Americans he's killed? Now, I know that can be considered a controversial question, to question that, oh, well, a guy who he's killed Americans, doesn't matter which Americans that he's killed. It does matter. It absolutely does matter, because when we start dealing with other countries and we start dealing with rules of engagement and rules of war, it does matter. And the people which he has murdered of that are citizens of this nation, majority were military, active duty military in a combat zone. It doesn't make it better or okay that they were killed at his hands, but as a combatant, combat is part of your job and duty. When I signed the military, I remembered numerous portions which ended in this can result in death, incarceration, all kind of various consequences. No man or woman who joins the military without understanding that there is at least the 1% possibility that you can be killed. You understand that going in. And whenever you, as a president and as his administration and as those talking heads on TV have tried to say, well, this person is a terrorist, or this doesn't matter, or that doesn't matter, or, well, it's American citizens who were murdered.
All right, that's enough of that. But the point that I was trying to get to is that we killed him because he killed Americans. Stop the screen. We killed him. Yes. Oh boy, got a lot of chunkings of the cheeks. Then so who is that serious kid? We took out a leader of another country that really at this time was not in any kind of necessarily even against us. We were literally working with the U.S. government, with Qasem Soleimani to take out ISIS. I know ISIS is basically CIA propped up, but that's the complexity of the stuff that goes on with our military, that we literally set up these different organizations and then go to other people to completely massacre them. That's how we got in Osama bin Laden. Osama bin Laden was propped up by the US. And then we turn around and go against him years later on. But there's more to it. There's business deals and stuff behind the scenes that we're not talking about with the Bush family. Everything, that's a whole different story. It's funny, Baba said, "Is that your brother?" That's what me almost 4 years ago. Yeah, time flies. And so does the weight, apparently. The other side is the same part, the end of the whole thing. Yeah. I'm not sure what that was saying there. Shoot at this rate. Pakistan, China, India may work out a deal with Kashmir because of their common cause against the U.S. hegemony. This is what I try to tell people all the time. Hey, I see Bob. I see what is it? Warren in the building. Osama died years ago. He was dead already. They never killed him. I don't know. You could be right. I don't know. I have no clue when he actually was killed or not. And I don't hardcore pushback on anybody else's suggestions on when he could have been killed. I don't rule any of that out. My point is, and going back to what Kat was saying, people, we were talking about this back then, and that meeting that he was at, he was already trying to broker these same kind of deals back then, which was showing that these countries were trying to come together already. The U.S. knew and saw that as a threat, and so they had to put that down and had to stop that. That is what's that's kind of like the interesting things that's been going on here. And there are a lot of different people who, especially in, I don't know what we're calling the media now, independent media, alternative media, whatever, that they hold to the standpoint that secretly all of these governments are all linked together through the World Economic Forum, and what they're doing is they're self-imploding the U.S. intentionally just so that they can move it to a cheaper other place or something, and somehow a one world government works out of that. And my problem with that assessment, why I can't get down with that, why it doesn't make any sense, is you're not going to take the Western powers who sit at the top of this arrangement and move it to the areas which they dominated and taken over, and the partnership stays the same. That these same Western power elites are still going to stay in control. That's the issue, which a lot of people I have a problem with. Yeah, and it's more, Kat, it's more a lot of the people who I would say are kind of more in the libertarian kind of vein. And I think that comes from just the maybe not even completely directly, but maybe indirectly, that it's hard for some of these people to imagine that the powers that be, that basically favor everything towards the Western countries, that they can be completely taken out of power, that they're not going to be in control, because they've had control for so long. And I can get that. If something has went on for so long, and when I mean so long, the same people, the same powers that be that have been controlling, you know, the Western power, NATO, UE structure, these people go all the way back to the early foundations of America. These people go back to when colonialism was first starting to go through and sweep throughout the world. These are the same people who literally go back to ancient Rome. And if you want to take it a little further than that, these people even go back to ancient Greece. And so we're talking about literally, what, 2,500 years of people being in power. Of course, it's harder for most people to see how those people can be pushed out of power, especially with the dominance and control that they had and the levels of manipulation they've been able to do to other nations. I, on the other hand, do not agree or hold to that, because I believe that these other nations are tired of being under this dichotomy. These other nations are tired of being dictated to by Western nations. And so therefore, it only makes sense that if they have the ability to get out from under this, they're going to do it. What did you say there, Hamza? Says it's the Portuguese and Arabs who actually started slavery. I mean, slavery it's been around before that. I mean, slavery goes back all the way back to, I would say, ancient Sumeria, where we're talking about possibly what ancient Sumeria was. We're talking about what, 5,000 years, 6,000 years, could be even. I mean, as far as documented that we can think of. Yeah, I'm going to say easily we're talking about 5,000-6,000 years. Now, the difference is it's typically been this area controls this area over here has something different, that area. But when it actually started to become different, when it actually started to become a little bit different was when the, I would say when the Greeks got involved. That's when it started to change up, because the Greeks had the mentality of, let me conquer the whole entire, the whole known world that I can go into. I need to conquer it all. The same thing with the, man, that alarm stopped. The same thing with the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire was like, we need to conquer everything that we could possibly cover. And so that slave trade, as it started to develop, the Arabs were the first ones to say, well, as these people have power, these people are going to need slaves. And so they started a lot of the exportations, starting with the sub-Saharan slave trade, the Silk Road, tying that into the Silk Road. And so they're the ones who started making slavery international. They're the ones where it wasn't just before the king in say the Tang dynasty deciding that he's just going to only have slaves of his people and the surrounding areas. That's when they started exporting slaves to different places. And so you had those different major captivities, and then eventually into the transatlantic slavery, where the Portuguese started spearheading all of that. And that's the difference, I would say. You know, that's when it became international. That's when it became to, let's conquer everything. Yeah, Mongolia had a very large empire also. But Mongolia did not go as far. I mean, Mongolia had most of China and going into what would be parts of modern day Russia. But they never really got to the level of, say, the Greeks. Oh, yeah. Persians definitely, well, Persians fall up under Arabs. When I think of Persians, I think of Arabs also, because the original like Persians, like that were right before the Greeks, they basically enslaved the whole entire, what would be considered the Middle East, parts one in Asia, touching a little bit of the tips of Europe, and across into the Levant. And so they were bringing people from as far away as Egypt and Sudan all the way over to what would be modern day India. And they decided they wanted to expand into Europe. After there was turmoil that was going on in Greece that had the Greek Empire eventually collapse, which I'm saying, depending on which Greek we're talking about, originally it would have been the Mycenaeans, which were collapsed and pushed out. Then the Minoans, and then after the Minoans were pushed out, the Macedonians came in, and the Macedonians, descendants of the Macedonians became the modern day Greeks. And those people, those Macedonians, which became Greeks, then went on to, conquer everything. I don't know how this ended up turning into a world history class. And I don't know if anybody requested this, but apologies for those who didn't. Yes, Mongolia definitely, they captured Turkey too, but and that's what I'm saying. When you go down, Turkey, Russia, all that stuff is like really not very far away when you talk about the scope and scale. I mean, Mongolia went all the way over to Hungary. I mean, they captured a big chunk of Russia, but a lot of that area in Russia was not vastly populated in those days. Thomas says world history is fine with me. Sweet. I keep wanting Thomas one of these days to get on here because I know Thomas knows a lot. And I was wondering, Thomas, do you know anybody that would be a good guest to have on to just talk about some different native like prophecies and things? I've kind of done a little bit about different tribes, and I know some from like stuff that's been passed down that I've heard about different tribal, I guess, creation stories. And I would like to be able to talk to somebody that could give me some information on some of the stuff that's been kind of in my mind that, and I know, of course, there's certain tribal stuff that cannot be divulged. Definitely know that. But he said, old man rambling. It's given Norman Finkelstein. I just saw an interview with Norman Finkelstein. It rubbed me the wrong way on that man. Definitely rubbed me the wrong way. But yeah, let's get back on to, I guess all that history there was a point, and it does circle back and tie into what's going on with China, Russia right now, and in some of those areas talking about India, Pakistan, Turkey, all of that stuff. Because I don't know any traditionalists who are open to speak out in public, but if I do come across it, thank you. Yeah. And of course, any kind of questions which they were like, yeah, you can't go there, we can't talk about that, then I'll definitely respect that and not go any further than they will want to go, because I definitely will want to respect wishes of the elders. Hamza says, I'll contact the NOI. Might be interested to have the conversation. Cool. Definitely. I mean, NOI and Imam, cool. Interview with whom and what channel? It would probably be on Thinking with Young Morpheus that I would have that. Depends if it's, I don't know. It probably be Thinking with Young Morpheus that I would do that. Because on that channel I try to do more listening than commenting, and it's not about being in a debate forum or none of that, or trying to add all my, what I think. It's more to hear the guests, whether I agree with the guests or not. I mean, that's more the purpose. So yeah, I'll talk to a 5%er. I definitely will. I think, I think 5% of that might fall more under kind of faith topics. So that might go, I'll keep it on Thinking with Young Morpheus. I'm open to talking about, really, on that channel, I'm open to talking with anybody about anything. And while we're talking about that channel, I just want to plug the interview I did right before this with Octosquid. He was on the ground in East Palestine. And so I definitely recommend you guys check that out. definitely recommend that you go and check out his channel. And he does a lot of his stuff on Instagram too. So on his Instagram, he has his documentary, which he did the first part. He'll be releasing the second part pretty soon. And then I know that there's going to be a third and fourth part. So definitely check that out. And I will be having him back on the other channel. So make sure you guys check that interview out later on. Is Yona from Ohio too? No, Yona is from West Virginia, and West Virginia is really not that far away. So West Virginia, Pennsylvania, Ohio, they all kind of sit there and kind of meet pretty close together. And I'm definitely going to send over that interview to Yona and have him check it out. I think he might be able to add a little bit to it. But back to how all these countries kind of intertwine. If you go back to these different the different dynasties that were going on with China, China was massively powerful, independent of the rest of the world. They had their own thing going on. They had their own different world that they were dealing with between them and the ancient, other Asian nations. Very little did they really involve themselves outside of what we would call modern day Asia. They didn't do a lot of going into the Middle East, although there was some of that. Of course, I believe in the out of Africa theory. I know everybody doesn't, but believing that everybody came out at one point and then, people went their own way. And then from then on, some people might not have ever came back into that continent or not as a whole. So I feel like China kind of did their own thing over there. And where you started to have a lot of the turmoil going on is what was going on basically within those Asian areas. I guess you would call it Asia Minor into the Mediterranean and the Black Sea region. And that's where you start getting the involvement from North Africa, the so-called modern Middle East, and countries like Russia and Germany. And once they start getting into the fold later on after the fall of, and a lot of people, when they think of the Roman Empire, they don't think of the Roman Empire as encompassing, literally over to parts of Russia. Therefore, going into what Hamza was saying earlier about why Russia is not a part of the West, is there is that divide that happened between Germany and Russia. And I won't go in detail with it. I don't want YouTube getting me in trouble. I don't want you in trouble on YouTube. But that divide that they had is a divide that once it was created, the divide never mended. Out of Germany, a lot of the people who have set up modern day Germany literally came out of Russia at one point in time. As they went into Germany, many of them actually went into various parts of the rest of Europe. A lot of them marrying into the royal families, whether it be in Great Britain, Spain, France, all of these other countries, Denmark. And so as they married in, you had German ancestry throughout many of the Western European countries, making them a natural enemy to Russia. So no matter how much Russia tried to get past the past and get together, hey babe, I see Brew Bones is in the building. Hopefully you're being safe out there. But as they started, advancing more in time, that beef, that old school Germany and Russia, to kind of keep it vague right now, through that's what led to literally the events that led up to World War I, the events that succinct into World War II, into a lot of these different proxy wars, whether they be Vietnam, Afghanistan, Korea. All of these things have all been connected, going back to this division that's went on between Russia and Germany. You fast forward a little bit more after the Holocaust, or not, I don't want to say after the Holocaust, but after World War II. After World War II, you had a lot of people from Germany. I'll let you figure out, there was different groups of people coming out of Germany. We'll just say that. Some of them gained positions in our government pretty high up. And so therefore, you have a lot of German influence outside of Germany. A lot of the royal families have blood that's German. A lot of the different people in our government have ties back to Germany or Russia. Some of them have that ancestry from Germany, and then eventually from Russia into Germany, then eventually into the United States, whether it was through immigration, whether it was through refugee status, or whether it was the government taking certain people in certain atmospheres or let's say career fields that would be useful for the government, which some of that led into so-called NASA programs, some of that led into the modern day CIA. And eventually some of that led into, what is that called? What was the other one I'm forgetting? Mossad, MI5. So there's German ancestry through a lot of these. And through this push, that's the reason why there's always this divide between Germany and Russia. And a lot of different countries are being used as proxy wars to propagate that very war. Now, skipping that up to Western powers in general, these Western powers and the WEF and all this stuff that we're talking about are these same people who are going back from this original feud with Germany and Russia. Yes, complex machines go deep. And so through this, we're living in the aspects of that. People wonder why there's so much racism in our systems. Well, who's at the top of these systems? I mean, a lot of times, especially people who are more on the right, they're like, oh, well, we're just all together and they don't have a beef with you like they have with me. It's not necessarily true. People can dislike multiple groups of people, but have one person that they dislike more. That both can be true. And I believe that these people in the higher positions understand. Hamza, you're a trip. Even though they might not like their own people, and they separate themselves off between the rich and the poor, they still kind of need their people to a degree as a buffer zone. And so they need the rest of the people who are part of their group, even though they don't really care about them, as a buffer. And so it's the same thing which happened during slave times. You had a plantation owner. Did he like his slaves? No, hell no. They were property for him. Did he have overseers? Yes. Did he like his overseers? No, he didn't give a shit about them either. But he would treat the overseer just a little bit better than the slave. That way he can manipulate that overseer to do the bidding he needed to do against that slave. That's just, a vague way of trying to explain all this stuff out. Thomas says, it's the Western colonial machine. It's the source of most issues today, dividing and inflicting conflicts between demographics and class. Exactly. I'm glad you see what I was trying to say. This all goes back to ancient problems. And, let's see, what's Kat talking about? Caught my attention when I see Bible pop up. Somebody say Bible. Bible prophecy calls for one world regime. In Daniel's statue dream, I remember someone tell me the toes that are made of clay, steel, clay and iron, and say it will be the EU or WF nations that are strong and weak. You're partially there. I mean, Well, the nations which is talking about the Daniel's dream. For those who are not familiar, I guess I'll kind of go in and explain it. Daniel, well, it's actually Nebuchadnezzar's dream, which he can't figure out, and he goes through all these different soothsayers and these different witches and warlocks and all these different people who are supposed to try to divine the dream for him. None of them can figure it out, so he just starts killing people right and left. He goes to Daniel, wants Daniel to try to figure it out. Daniel at first, because he's a little confused at what he's trying to ask him, throws him in the lion's den. He does a lot of praying and stuff like that, and he's able to come to a revelation on what he believes is going on in that dream. And so what he sees is a statue with the head of gold, chest of silver, thighs of bronze or brass, however depending on your translation, the feet of iron, and the toes of miry clay. What this is supposed to symbolize, and if you go into it later, it does explain without reading. The gold is symbolizing Nebuchadnezzar's kingdom, the Babylonian Empire. The silver is representing the Medo-Persian Empire. The bronze or brass are representing the Greek Empire. The legs of iron are representing the Roman Empire. And the 10 toes are the nations which sprang out from the Roman Empire, like Great Britain, Germany, Russia, all that different stuff. And so when it starts talking about as far as the EU or WEF nations, all of these nations break down back to originally being a part of one of these 10 nations. For instance, you have Germany, and then you have like Denmark and Sweden and all this stuff like that. All of that branches out from those handfuls. And then if you read into Revelations, John is getting that same prophecy, but he's seeing it from different beasts that are coming up from the sea. So it was, both of them were prophetically talking about these different kingdoms that were going to rise and how things were going to go. And then at the end of Daniel's dream, he sees a stone being hurled towards them and it being destroyed. So basically saying in the end day, something is coming to destroy all those kingdoms. I'll stop it there. I don't, but that's a good part of it. Morpheus, a war with China. War with China is definitely coming. I'm not familiar with his work, but send it to me. I have to go into the chat to see this because I can't click any links on the computer. Let me see if I can find what you sent me. Hold on. See, volume down. So let me click on that link and see what you sent me there. Okay. Come on, live chat. There we go. MERS.com. I'll have to look into it, but I'm not familiar with the Mu or MERS. Yeah, I'll look more into that. Let's see. So that going into that history that I kind of explained out and all this dividing and colonialism. Colonialism has pretty much been set in place since pretty much the United States kicked out the other two powers which were fighting for the Americas. Of course, you know who came over here first. You had the Spaniards came here first. The Portuguese kickstarted the slave trade with a papal bull from one of the popes, authorizing for any non-Christian, any non-white area to go in and enslave and do whatever you want to them. Rape, rob, pillage, plunder, do all that, as long as you give a portion back to the Vatican. Cass says, doesn't the Bible predict this as well when it comes to Gog and Magog regarding China and Russia? Well, Gog and Magog is not China and Russia, actually. Pretty close. Gog is whoever the ruler of Magog is. So Gog is just like a term for king. So the king of Magog. Well, Magog is Russia. You even have the modern town that's the capital of Russia. Moscow even sounds like the ancient one, Meshech, which Meshech, Moscow, is the same thing. Now, when it starts talking about China, it starts talking about the land of the East, and like you can even go into, because a lot of like Christianity people, they don't realize that the Old Testament, there's plenty of stuff that has not happened in there. So therefore, if it hasn't happened, it has to happen in the future at some point. So when it starts talking about like a Messiah who's going to come and smite the corners of Moab, Moab has to be a future power. And when it starts talking about the corners, it's talking about walls. I ask you all, which country is known for having giant walls that go all the way around it? Pretty clear to me who it's talking about when it starts talking about that nation. But it even starts talking about like the rises of Persia in the Bible. Does anybody know who Persia is? Persia actually starts getting into modern day Iraq and Iran. That's who that's talking about. Starts talking about Syria. So it was literally predicting all of these different nations and stuff like that coming together for a war against Mystery Babylon. It's just a matter of, I mean, I know some people don't believe any of this stuff I'm talking about, but if you want to understand it, this is what it's talking about. And it starts telling you literally about earthquakes in diverse places, storms and all that. And I believe when you start getting into the vials, that's when it starts talking about plagues being unleashed on the earth and, you know, just all these different natural events. Now, if you deal with some kind of Christians, for them, the Bible everything stopped happening like around 200 AD. And then everything else is just, all the revelation stuff is just, it's going to happen some point. So it's like, for them, like almost 2,000 years, just nothing is happening. Which, if that's what you believe, okay. But you can't, if you're a so-called Bible believer, then you got to know there has to be more than that. It can't just be this big giant gap. What is that? All these things happen and are happening. It says in the Quran, it says when Mecca will start turning green, there will be a lot of rain and floods in the eastern region. These will also be signs of the end. Also, well, signs of the end also is when you start seeing the Euphrates dry up. There's a lot of things which it starts talking about to look for. There's a part in there where it talks about that the arrows will be shot from the ends of the earth. What could that be talking about? To me, it sounds pretty clear that it's talking about missiles. So, and it starts talking about Babylon. Babylon has fallen, and it's become the habitation of devils, basically. And it's talking about like just creatures. It's like it becomes a wasteland. So it's basically saying there's going to be a nation that is going to get destroyed so badly that nobody can live in it anymore. It's going to be completely burned with fire. And it literally talks about the great city being destroyed in 1 hour. It starts talking. So we have arrows being shot from the end of the earth. We have this great city being destroyed in 1 hour that is going to be destroyed with fire. And we have people's eyes and tongues melting in their sockets. For me, it's pretty clear what that's talking about. And for somebody who lived what John would have lived about 300 and maybe about 300 AD, we're talking about what, 18,000 years ago? How would somebody who lived 18,000 years ago have any concept of a weapon that can destroy a whole entire landmass? I don't know. Just saying. Just saying. What's up, John? I see John is in the building. And so that ties in with a lot of this stuff that I think you see happening with all of these Middle Eastern nations all coming together. I mean, well, everything comes together for a reason. So I guess me going on this long rant happened for a reason. So I could probably go into some of this stuff with you all. This is some of the stuff I talk about on Hebrew apologetics, and I go in much, much deeper. But and I literally pull out the Bible and go through it, you know, piece by piece by piece. But all of these things like need to happen for a reason. And so with Israel also, Israel plays a big part in all of this. Right, because it talks about all of that stuff happening, and then there's going to be a end days where there's going to be war that's going to happen literally right there, and like the final war after this mystery Babylon place, wherever you think it might be, after that's destroyed, the war is not going to be over. The war is going to continue, just be on a different front. So it's just like if in World War II, well, actually, not if, just like World War II, when Hiroshima and Nagasaki were attacked, the war didn't end the very next day. It still went on a little bit more, but you knew, oh, shoot, things are pretty bad now. And that's kind of the same thing with the third one. And even in the Bible, it literally talks about the three woes, which woe in the Bible is great destruction. And so if angel is screaming out to you, the whoa, 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 and Babylon is fallen, it's telling you that World War III, whichever this mystery Babylon place is, will be destroyed. And I see right now, I mean, you can even shut the Bible right now and just look at this. You got China, Russia, who are strong superpowers, who are tied together. You have Iran, which is teaming up with them also. You have a lot of nations within the global south, whether that's Africa or Asia, which are teaming up with these so-called BRICS nations. You even have Mexico, which is thinking about applying to BRICS. So literally Mexico is talking about teaming up with China, Russia, China, Russia, what is it? China, Russia, India, and let's see well, Brazil, Russia, India, China. That's what it is. So you still got Brazil that's tied in there. Israel is where the battle will take place. Yeah, yep, the Battle of Megiddo or Armageddon. You are exactly correct. BRICS is a part. Yeah, but just being a party, WF does not mean anything. Think about it. I don't know who out here is a fan of mob movies. I watched a lot of mob movies. And one thing that's a reoccurring thing, which you'll see in every mob movie, is at some point, people get tired of the mob boss. And what do? They overthrow him. I mean, just think about global politics right now. Let's say, for instance, if this did happen, what I'm talking about, and there is a massive attack that happens to the United States, do you think that the rest of Europe would be able to fight back? I mean, I'll ask and say, does anybody else? I mean, I get that Whitney might have an article on it, but that's what I'm saying. Whitney is still in that camp of the people who just believe that, oh, well, the U.S. is just kind of packing up shop, or and they're just going to move everything to China. Like, I'm not saying that that's what she believes, but a lot of them believe, oh, well, they're just going to move the locations to somewhere else. If you're a rich person and you have a lot of money, I'm talking about you have cash on you. How do you keep that cash on you if you go into a rough neighborhood? Can anybody tell me, how do you keep that cash on you? Because for me, it's pretty clear. This is the fatal flaw I feel like they don't factor in this assessment. All right, no answer, so I guess I'll go ahead and answer. The way you keep that money is you need protection. The moment that they would break everything down, pack everything down, let the U.S. be basically decimated and move it to another nation, they instantly basically giving up all their guns and walking around with money on them. They are instantly, there's no way to protect themselves anymore. There's no way to protect that money. And the money is that power. That money that's given them power has brought them the military to keep them protected. The moment that that defending force is defeated, then they're all vulnerable. And I don't know. I say, ask yourself this question. Do you really believe that the United States is going to be completely taken out with no other superpower there that's going to step up to defend these European Western powers, and China or Africa or somebody else is just going to defend them? I mean, if you believe that, that's like saying, you know what, a slave master back in the day could have sent home all his workers and field hands and said, don't worry, I feel perfectly safe with all my slaves around me. They would never attack me. That's what I put that thinking to. That's believing that people that you have abused and taken advantage of and exploited would allow you to keep doing it when you have no leverage anymore. Because think about it, they wouldn't need the money. They could literally go to where you are. They could take you out. They could set up their own form of currency. I wouldn't go so far as the U.S. not creating China. The U.S. did help them get to the powerful levels that they got to. But do you really believe that the U.S., it was their idea to let China get this strong that they could ever challenge them? I mean, I'll give you another one. Do you think after slavery that slave masters during slavery ever thought that any of the descendants of slaves would ever rise up powerful enough to run corporations? If they even had an inkling that there would be black billionaires, don't you think they would have done something different? Or y'all think that they would have just allowed black billionaires? That they would allow black people to run corporations and companies? For me, it's clearly obvious. There's no way they would have let that happen. They would have rather just, genocide all the slaves instead of freeing them if they knew that was going to happen. I don't know, just my thoughts. Yeah, but those bosses are the bosses who they work for still go back to Europe. They still go back to Europe. I mean, by your own admission, Hamza, you basically said that the U.S. or Western powers built China. You think that if that's the case, then that means that there's nobody over there in China that's powerful enough that's making any of these decisions. That would mean that China and Russia are at the beck and call still of the WEF. Who runs the WEF? Or are we to believe that? I mean, and I know like they'll try to put out, oh well, there's trillionaires in Saudi Arabia and UAE. Are we to believe that these trillionaires in Saudi Arabia or the UAE have more power than Western bankers? Well, they could genocide. Yeah, they could have. They could have very easily. What I'm saying is, if they knew that there was a possibility that they could ever be threatened. Because well, I'm not gonna. I won't answer that one on there. I'll be careful. But you know, that was a good, good little topic that everybody wanted to go into. But or I don't know if everybody wanted to go into. I don't know. Maybe I'm just taking the questions that I want and fall into directions which I want to go into. Who runs the WEF? Girls. Let's see. There we go. What about naming off the R's? And powerful families is WEF like a cover for them. Almost every country. Exactly, Kat, you get it. This is what I'm trying to say. These are the people who are pulling the strings. I mean, in America, literally something like 80-something% of our education is generated and funded, back to the Rockefellers. That's pretty open. I mean, a lot of Black people who graduate from a historically Black female college don't even realize the name of it is one of the Rockefeller's wife. Well, the John D. Rockefeller. Anybody out there ever heard of Spelman College? That was Rockefeller's wife who came up with that and who built a lot of the Black universities. I won't say specifically who built the NAACP and a lot of these different organizations either. But I don't know, just let y'all think about that for a minute. It's kind of like you've been bullying your little brothers. And now your little brothers have lifted weights and now they're grown. And they start realizing, you know what? Why do I keep listening to him? Why do I keep letting my big brother punk me all the time? I'm not a little kid anymore. Well, who runs WEF? It's pretty clear to me who runs the WEF. I don't even have to go into, let's just put it this way. The WEF is, we can all agree that it's basically owned and run by Western powers, right? Or do people believe that Russia, China, some countries in Africa, everybody has a equal share in this thing? Yes, they do. I mean, literally, like major parts in New York are owned by like one family. The Astor family, like literally own like major parts of New York. I mean, like anybody out there smokers like tobacco? I mean, literally there's one family who propagated most of the tobacco in the United States, and the Reynolds family. And not only they in the marijuana, I mean, not only cigarettes, they're in the marijuana, and I'm not sure if they're still tied into it, but for a little while they were tied into aluminums and stuff. You guys ever heard of Reynolds Wrap? It's the same family, the nephew of R.J. Reynolds, who had the tobacco industry, who Camel, Newports, Virginia Slims, all that stuff. His nephew started, Reynolds Wrap. And not only were they doing Reynolds Wrap, they were doing compressed aluminum and things like that. Reynolds, I'm not sure if they do, I think you're talking about as far as doing weapons. That is the Dow family. Guys heard of Dow Chemicals? Dow Chemicals, which we talked about with Yona last week, about them pumping their the main stuff that was spilled in that train. Dow Chemicals in West Virginia, not that far away from there, literally manufactures all the chemicals that were in there. I'm not certain on if it came from that specific plant or not, but I know that they do manufacture all of the different chemicals that were spilled in the East Palestine train derailment. Exactly, Kat. I mean, just a perfect example. You put them in the chat, and I didn't even want to utter out loud one of the names, because it's not that they would yank this video down necessarily, but you can guarantee you that it would definitely get throttled, which it probably might anyway from some of the stuff I've said. But it's important to know it. That's all I'm saying. It's the Collins family. The Collins family has a stake, but they're not running it. Trust me, they're not running it. Yes, they do. Well, they don't work for them. They're the ones who run them, actually. But when we talk about this machine, like Hydra, basically, it has different arms and antennas, and different people are doing different things. The people who, if you really want to do some digging and some research, and you want to figure out who has a big stake in all this, I don't know if you have the ability to figure out the people who were tied behind this, but look up the Federal Reserve. That's one. Then go and look up who is controlling BlackRock, Vanguard. Then after that, who actually owns most of the subsidiaries in the Bank of East Asia. Then look into who's behind the IMF. And when you come back to me with the answers to all of those questions, the picture will get a lot more clear. I'm trying to remember what was his name. He came out with a book called Giants, and Abby Martin interviewed him, and he alluded to some of this stuff, but he didn't go to the full level. Let's see what Tammy said. Yep, I work not far from Astor Place in New York City. The Astors had a big hand in smuggling opium. So these pharmaceutical industries, who do you think? I'm telling you, it's not hard to really see it once you see it. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. And the reason why I disagreed with the whole Jesuit stuff, I mean, it goes into what Chusey talks about a lot of times. What he doesn't realize is the Vatican and the Roman Catholic Church, back during the days of the Crusades, literally spent themselves into such massive debt. They had to start borrowing money. And when they started borrowing money from people, those people who they were borrowing money from got power over them and started controlling things. Jimmy says, say something about, I don't care who runs the country, whoever owns, that's what I'm talking about. Says, I don't care who runs the country. I only care who owns the bank, and I own Britain's currency. I mean, are we forgetting not that long ago, James Pierpont Morgan himself, which, you know, one of the initial leaders into creating Morgan, what is it? JP Morgan Chase. You guys heard of that name before? One of the largest banks in the US. That man, James Pierpont Morgan himself, literally bailed the whole entire nation out of recession by himself. He was just like, yo, here, I got some, take some of that here, bring that wheelbarrow cash over here, and you take that wagon of cash over there. By himself, had enough money. And what I'm saying is there are handfuls of people who really quarterback all this stuff. When people are talking about a Bill Gates or Klaus Schwab, those are the people they allow you to see. These are the people who they let you look at. The WEF is just an arm of it. It's kind of like you went to a school and you just went to the office. The office keeps some things in order, but you got classrooms and teachers who are doing their own things independently. You got vice principals or deans and all that stuff, and that's what's going on in this system. When you look at just the World Economic Forum, you're only looking at a portion of it. And ask yourself, why do they let you see basically most of the stuff that's going on at World Economic Forum, but you don't get to know anything about Davos. A lot more impactful stuff is going on with Davos than you guys, then I'm not gonna say you guys, but then people give any credit to. Really graceful YouTube channel covers this really well. She recently wrote a book about it, certain families and their impact. I probably want to talk to Really Graceful if that's possible. Probably look into that. Bankers War. Banks destroy, create our own currency. Yeah. I remember back just on that other channel that I had thinking with young Morpheus back a couple of years back, I was going into the major recessions and depressions in the U.S. The U.S. has actually had, was it 3 or 4 depressions, I believe, and about 12 major recessions. All of these have been quarterbacked by the banks. Every single one of them. Yeah, money is a man-made thing. Stock market is man-made. It's their choice. Yeah, that's the reason why they can spread a rumor and shut everything down instantly. I mean, anybody familiar with how the man? Well, this I'll call him because this is what the name means if you translate it from German to English. Anybody know how Red Shield got power of Britain's monetary supply? Does anybody know how? Because this goes into history. It's in the history books. You can see it. Yes, exactly. Gates and Musk are just mouthpieces for the. You mean they literally let Musk get to where he's at. They let Gates get to where he's at. Look at Owen Benjamin. He's a complete free. We need to live like him. I look into Owen Benjamin. He just says some stuff that every now and then I'm like, I mean, kind of pisses me off a little bit, some of the shit that he says. I mean, I'm not saying that he's not right on some stuff, but he says some stuff that just like, I can't deal with that dude. You should probably provide links to what you were saying instead of looking it up. Provide links to what Mischief Brew. I've detailed a lot of this stuff before, and so therefore I'm not gonna just pull up all this stuff because this wasn't the plan of what I was gonna talk about anyway. This is just kind of while it's being asked, I'm answering questions. So if I was having a stream where I was literally going into all this, I would go into it more detailed. But just for you, what I will do, Mischief Brew, is I will go into, where was it at? I will go into one of my videos where I do go into all this stuff. And I did this not that long ago. I don't know if people forgot, but I literally did this. Let's see, uploads. Where's it at? So let's see. There we go. I'll show it here on the screen. Screen share. Now here, They Rule the World Part 1 that I did 2 years ago. Yeah, did that one 2 years ago. In fact, let me scroll over that and see if it says it again. And then I went and redid it a year ago. They Rule the World Revamped. What else? A short of red pill, blue pill, clear pill, which I'm going into it and detailing stuff there and giving sources for people to go into. See what it says? If my sons did not want war, there would be none. Guys, see that name there? And where was that stream where we? It was right after. because we did a stream on this. I don't know. Oh, it was live. It's a live stream. That's why I don't see it. Let's scroll down a little bit more. Oh, that's right. I thought it was more recent, but maybe it was further back when I did this. Here's a stream I did right here, Origins of the Illuminati. That's one video. I did one way back. Let's scroll down to the bottom. I guess more. Where's it at? Down. Where is that? How far back was this video? Where is it at? History of the Federal Reserve Banking. There's a video you can look into. True Beliefs of Masonry 1 and 2, and the original Red Pill, Blue Pill, Clear Pill 2 years ago. Political Matrix episode 5, Rabbit Hole. That's one you guys could look at. So for Brew Mischief over there is a lot of there's a lot of videos that I've done going into it. Well, that's the reason why I say red pill, blue pill, clear pill. Because a lot of people talk, I didn't even know black pilling was a thing, but clear pill is what I came up with, is because I'm trying to seek for clarity, for truth. Not a blue-red divide, not this manosphere stuff, not, a black pill kind of thing or any of these other pills. So I came up with clear pill. So I started that. So anybody else talking about it has jacked that from me. But yeah, just wanted to say that for Mischief Brew over there. I have looked up a lot of this stuff extensively and went through it. But I understand people listen to the sources they like. No pill, clear mind. Not necessarily. You don't have to be fucked up if you're on a pill. The Fuel Project YouTube channel talks about those families as well, but they have a long series from a biblical perspective on it, all titled Know Your Enemy. We all know who they yeah, Kat, you're talking some good stuff there. So let's see. Jimmy says these innovators don't innovate. They steal ideas and make phone calls to rich investor buddies. Exactly. So I guess Israel. I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to what's going on with Israel. Not going into necessarily the other stuff. Oh yeah. Before I get on that, yeah, Hamza, I do agree with him on some of the stuff he says with Christianity. I have seen him point out some good things with Christianity. Not good things necessarily with Christianity, but holes and flaws with Christianity, which Christians, once you point it out to them, they can't wrestle with it. Yeah. So I do like when he questions a lot of Christians on their beliefs and all that. Unexpected topic discussion. Who would have it ready to pull up? Yeah, good point, Mr. Streets. I did not plan to even talk about all this. So it's not like I had it already. And in order to have all this stuff ready, this is a lot of stuff, which I just said. I just went through probably a good, when you say at least 45 minutes of information. I mean, that would be a lot of sites and sources. But I get it. I mean, one thing that I've learned, well, Mr. Streets also, because you've been doing your content creation stuff now, you understand how much work goes into putting a video together. And especially if you work full time, this is not something that snapped together quickly. Like I'll tell you, just the show intro, which I do, which is like, what is it, like a little over 2 minutes long? You guys know how long it took me to create that? I mean, I need to go and edit it again. But you guys know how long it took me to create that. How many clips went in that? I literally had like over an hour and a half of clips that I condensed down into 2 minutes. And blending it and doing a bunch of different stuff. Some of this stuff is not as easy as you guys think it is. Israel attacking Christians. I do believe that there is some of that going on. Well, Israel's not only attacking Christians, they're attacking Christians, Muslims. Basically, it's getting to a point where the far right wing government is like, if you are not a Zionist and you're not into Judaism, you need to be both. It's not like, no, you can just be secular. They're even starting to push on, secular Israelis. I mean, I don't know. Have you guys seen that they're wearing, what is it? Let me see if I can find an image. Or actually, give me 1 minute. Coffee is running through me. So just give me a moment, everyone. Swear I'll make it quick. All right. Whew. Yeah, I tried to be. What the heck? Okay, never mind. All right, never mind. I guess my mic is dead. Oh yeah, I agree, Hamza. They do hate. Right now, let me see if I can find it. I'm sure you invest a lot of hours in research and editing your content, and it's appreciated. Thank you, Tammy. I mean, this week alone, I uploaded a video on Hebrew apologetics, which it literally took me. It was an hour and a half video that I condensed down to the 20 minutes or so, which I wanted. And then had to go back and do my commentary to it, and then add in, it just takes a while. And this one took me because it was just so daunting to listen to it over and over and over and cut where I wanted to cut. It literally took me months to get this one done, just because it was so arduous to find the areas where I wanted to cut. And do a couple of hours of it this day, a couple of hours another day, leave it alone for a while. So it does take a while to do this, especially when you're working full time. Hey, let's see. Well, I was on YouTube here now. I see A. Ross. Mischief Brew, not anyone's problem with your own. Actually, it's not even my problem. It's your problem. You don't have to agree with me or not. I put this information out there. Take it or leave it. It does not bother me one way or the other if you agree with me or not. I'm not that invested in trying to convince you. But I would hope that I'm putting out information and giving you the lead way to go do your own research. But even still, even if I did come and give every single source right now, on the spot. You still need to go research it your damn self. So I don't get your point. Guess a little scoffer we had there, but yeah. Let me find the picture. What's going on over there? Let's find a picture. I know I had it in the thumbnail, but let's bring up a big one. Thought this was kind of interesting to see. Because this is more the secular population who is like really having some problems with what's going over there in Israel right now. So this is how they're dressing. Got literal Handmaid's Tale marches that are going on in Israel right now. And I believe that's because these people really do feel like that's what's coming. And if that government over there is allowed to do what they want, I wouldn't doubt that this is where they would want to go. So it makes sense to me kind of that there would be a TV show even alluding to it. Which that's kind of interesting. That could be even part of why there is a TV show talking about Handmaid's Tale. So let's see. Let's see. Also, is that the Third Temple Institution? I'm not sure if that is, but I know that that's something that is being pushed for, that a lot of people are concerned with. I'm even hearing people where I don't know how true it is, but they're literally concerned about the possibility of a civil war in Israel. For those who don't know what's going on over there right now, you have a bunch of stuff going on. Literally, even today, you had I guess it's what, fourth day of Ramadan, and they're going into the Al-Aqsa Mosque and shoving people out at gunpoint. Chris he's tied up with something, so he might be joining us. He might not. I'm not sure how busy he is, but that's where he is. So let me drop that down. Actually, let me see if I can find a clip to show you in detail. Well, not super detailed, but just see if somebody else can go into some of the stuff. It's funny, I haven't done like a live stream like this in a minute. It's not bad. Okay, here, let's show which one I want to show. I'm starting to get skeptical of Weon. Why are you guys being my first search result? Might not be nothing bad, but it's just weirding me out. What the heck? Let's watch that. That looks interesting. Oh, that's a month ago. Never mind. 5 days ago. Yeah. All right. Well, I guess it's the first one that popped up, so we'll put that in there. So let's go. This was a couple of days ago. Yeah, Hamza, they were throwing tear gas at the Al-Aqsa Mosque today. Exactly, Thomas. And wait a minute, that's the clip I want to share. I think that's who was talking about it. Damn, trying to blank. Which channel was I watching? I watched so much different stuff. let's see. Is this the one? Oh yeah, that's the one that I was watching. No, that's a month ago. I definitely wasn't one. Oh, I guess I'll just show this one. I'll just show this one. So let's put it on the screen. All right, let's back it up a little bit.
Israel is on the ball again, and this time it is its own people. Look at these images. They're from Tel Aviv. Thousands of people have been protesting here for days, armed with drums, slogans, and flags. It's the same story in city after city. Jerusalem, Ramat Hasharon, Bani Barak, Haifa, you name it, almost every major Israeli city is in the grip of demonstrations. The question is why? And the answer is one man, Benjamin Netanyahu. Hello and welcome to Gravitas Plus. My name is Mohammed Saleh, and in the next few minutes, we'll tell you why Israel is witnessing some of the biggest protests in its history. Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, returned to Israel's top job with the country's most right-wing and religiously conservative coalition in December 2022. A coalition that wants to curb the powers of the judiciary. There is simply no other way to put it. Just look at the proposal the Netanyahu government has made. These are a series of changes to the judicial system that will upset the balance of power in the state of Israel. Let me list out the changes for you. Firstly, diminish the ability of the courts to conduct judicial reviews of basic laws. Secondly, to allow lawmakers to pass laws struck down by the Israeli high courts. Thirdly, empower lawmakers to override decisions of the Israeli Supreme Court. Fourthly, to let the lawmakers play a greater role in the appointment of Supreme Court judges, and also to grant government control over judicial appointments like that of the High Court judges. The question is this: what's the idea behind these changes? What does the Netanyahu government want to achieve by bringing about these changes and breaking the judiciary's back? Israel's Justice Minister has offered an explanation. He says it's because of the public's faith in judiciary has plummeted to an all-time historic low. Therefore, he wants the politicians to play a greater role in the daily functioning of the judiciary. So that is the aim of these judicial changes. Allow me to quote a statement by Israel's law minister. He said, and I quote him here, "We go to the polls and vote, choose, but time after time, people who we didn't elect decide for us. That's not democracy." We wonder what democracy is then. My point is simple. Aren't democracies supposed to function through a system of checks and balances? Isn't the separation of powers between the judiciary, the legislature, and the executive the very basis of democracy? Isn't concentrating all powers in the hands of the ruling coalition an authoritarian decision? These are not my questions alone. These are the questions that the people of Israel are asking. You must listen to their voices.
I came over to protest and demonstrate against the trial of the government, Israeli government, to cause a dictatorship on Israel.
I'm here with so many other Israelis to demonstrate against the so-called reform, which is threatening the Israeli democracy.
I'm here to protest against the reform in the law and to protest against our prime minister, that we call him prime minister.
We are here to protect our democracy.
All right. So I guess you guys get the gist of that. Yeah, I figured we don't have to play the whole thing. But the point which I was going into is that yes, they are having, quite a bit of a problem there. And so not only you have, and a lot of these same people who had no problem with what Israeli government has been doing to the Palestinians, they've had no problem with the killing of journalists. They've had no problem with the brutality of their tactics. Now these people care because it's coming to them. It's kind of reminds me of that old statement, well, it's like an old saying that they talk about they came for them, and I didn't speak up. They came from this person and that person, that person. And basically, they came for all these different people, but that person never spoke up. Then they came from them, and there was nobody to speak up for them. Well, this is the same kind of situation. The ultra-Orthodox is the ones who their will is being put first and foremost over there. So you also have like bills where you literally can't teach Christianity at all over there. That's like 2 members of Congress have put that forward. Now they are having some minor pushback against the thing with the judiciary, which the issue with the judiciary, for those who are not familiar, is what they're trying to do is they want to more or less make it almost impossible for any pushback against Netanyahu and his government, especially the fact that a lot of them will literally still have active charges against them right now. And so by getting rid of the Supreme Court, which is what their goal is, get rid of Supreme Court, a lot of the laws where they've said, okay, you guys are a little bit harsh, calm it down a little bit, not really stopping the aggression that they've been doing, but just kind of slowing it a little. They want that all the way out of the way. They want full reins to go as brutal as they want to. And I think it's only a matter of time before the Supreme Court is gone there. Once that Supreme Court is gone there, there's going to be no stopping pretty much anything that happens over there. And things are going to get a lot rougher. And I say it's only a matter of time before you really start seeing a massive and really brutal crackdown on the Gaza Strip and any other areas where there's heavy amount of Palestinians. Then after they've done that, I wouldn't be surprised if you all of a sudden see some kind of mass deportation and they literally forced them out of the country into Jordan or something like that. Or even into Syria, into areas which are literally being attacked. I would not be surprised if you see any of that. And if you see that happen, just know things are really about to ratchet up between all of its Muslim neighbors. Yes, WION is pro-Israeli. I honestly feel like it's not that they're pro-Israel. I think that they're anti-Islam more than anything. Because in India, they do have this back and forth kind of fight between Muslims and Hindu and Christians. There's a back and forth fight between all of them, and even people who are secular within India. And so I feel like that is a big problem going on. I won't be shocked if Isa will come back to deliver his final prayer. Not sure who Isa is. I don't know a lot about Islam like that. I know some stuff, but I don't know. You'd have to tell me who Isa is. Oh, A-Ross says, what's the third temple? Is that another name for I feel like what the third temple is okay. I'll give you my understanding of what the third temple is, and I will give you what the ultra-Orthodox Israeli third temple is, because you have a sect of Judaism which they believe that when the Messiah is revealed, all the different things will happen, and you will have a third temple that will be physically built. Then you have those who believe that they need to build the third temple for the Messiah to come. That would be the people who are in the the cohort or contingent of Benjamin, well, not Benjamin, but Ben Gravir. Was it like Eaststock? I can't remember his first name. Something funky, but Ben Gravir, his party and group of people, they literally feel like they need to build a third temple, and then the Messiah will come. And then you have the other ones who feel like the Messiah will come and that he will build the temple. And then you have Christianity, which believes that the third temple is a spiritual temple, and that is all the children of God, and they'll go to heaven, and the third temple is in heaven in some vague, well, none of them ever disclose where they actually believe heaven is and what exactly. I think the best I get is it's just a place floating in the clouds somewhere. If you ask the Hebrew Israelite, well, we believe the third temple will be, his third temple is spiritual and figurative. The third temple will be the gathering of the children of Israel from all over the world being brought back into their land. And there also will be an actual physical third temple, which will be built after the Messiah. So it's a combination of what some of Christians believe. We just don't believe that it's in our definitions of heaven are different. Their definitions of heaven is they literally believe it's a spiritual realm where people are going to be floating in the clouds and just live forever. I don't know if a Christian could correct me. Well, I mean, I grew up in Christianity, so I kind of know that's what they believe, because most Christians can't give a more concrete answer to what heaven is than that. According to the Bible, and understanding that, would be understood, comparable in Judaism, is that heaven is actually a state of being. You do have the heavens as far as the clouds, the solar system, those types of things. Those are the heavens, the sky. It's a form of the heavens. But heaven is also a state of being in a blissful state at top. And so we, Hebrew Israelites and Judaism alike, believe that heaven will be when the Messiah returns and his will is done on earth, and there's peace and tranquility in the earth, and all of that is heaven. Also, when the Israelites are in rulership, and then all the other kingdoms will go through a form of peace, basically. Everybody will be able to go back into their lands, and the people who plague this earth, who do all the evil, they will be dealt with. But yes, that third temple for Judaism, a lot of them believe that it's a physical building that needs to either be built for the Messiah to come, or the Messiah needs to come and build the building for them. Christians and Arab and Russians, no, Jesus is not the Son of God. No, the Christians believe that Jesus is God in the flesh. That's literally what they believe. They literally believe that he is. Yeah. Oh, yep. Cat. That's true. Speaking of the third temple, check this out. First red heifer was born in Israel in 2,000 years. Triggers Armageddon fears after Christians and Jewish holy books say it will bring the end of the world. Yeah. Well, those red heifers, though, they've been gathering these red heifers from all over the world to grow them. I mean, not grow them, but to breed them there so that they can get the perfect red heifer, unblemished. And so, yes, I do know that they have been working on that for quite a while. And they believe that once they have that red heifer to be able to, for the sacrifice, then they can have the third temple built, do the sacrifice and everything. Yeah, it does prophetically leads to some so-called scarier times, I would say. Also, after his prayer, Palestine will be peace for a while. Well, depends on who are we talking about. If it's according to Judaism, and I'm talking about ultra Orthodox, Palestine will be, those people will, it's not going to be peace with them. It's going to be some other stuff that's going to happen to them according to what I understand of some of these people's belief. I make sure to declare some of these people's belief because I don't share the same belief that Judaism has. Okay, what's that? Most people do believe that. I personally believe different, but you're right that most people believe in going to heaven. Yeah. Except for witnesses, they believe Christ is God's only begotten Son, not God Himself. Catholics definitely do. Most of Christianity believes in the Trinity. Either they believe in the Trinity or they believe in a form of unitary. I think it's like Unitarianism. I can't remember the word, how to say it. But basically, that God the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost are all one. Then there are people who believe that no, the Son and the Father are both just the same entity. You know, I don't buy it. I mean, hey, they're allowed to believe what they want to believe. See, Arab Christians don't believe Jesus is Son of God. I lived in Syria for 2 months. Well, Hamza, who do they believe that Jesus is? Curious. Now, according to my last point on Jesus coming back and delivering prayer, yeah, who do they believe that Jesus is? Because in modern Judaism, most of them believe that there's some who literally believe he was a false prophet. There are some that believe that he is burning in hot excrement. That is a popular belief in some Jewish circles. There are some who just believe that he was just a false prophet and he just died. There are other ones who believe that he was a prophet, but he wasn't like a major prophet. They believe Jesus is the last prophet. Okay. Interesting. Let's see. Any questions over there? And for me, A. Ross, what I would say is for Hebrew Israelites, we do believe that he is the Son of God. But we do not believe that he is like actually God. We do believe he is a God, but he is not. They're not the same thing. They're not the same person. If you do believe that they're the same, then your God is schizophrenic and talks to himself and argues with himself. That's what you have to believe. You believe in the Trinity. You believe in a God who argues back and forth with himself, and prays to himself, which that's kind of weird. Cat 83. Don't Jews believe that David will come back? Some of them actually do believe that David is the Messiah that will return. Isn't that what Jesus' disciples asked him, if he was the return of David? Actually, they didn't specify who. They asked him who he was. Like some of them were like, "Are you Elijah? Are you David? Are you Solomon? Who are you?" So a lot of them did believe that he was that he had came back. Which, for those who feel like they're lost in this conversation, there is a precedent if you're reading the Old Testament that you could tell that ancient Israelites definitely believe in regeneration, that we don't live this one life, that we come back multiple times. And I would say that, well, Hebrew Israelites, we believe that also, majority of us, that every 3 or 4 generations is when we come back. So when people will be like, "Yo, I didn't have nothing to do with that," well, we believe that we are ancestors. So, you know, you take it back 4 generations or so, what was going on with your ancestors, that's what was going on with you. And so I don't know, it's just a interesting thought process. Everybody doesn't buy into it, I understand, but you know, some people they're perfectly fine with hearing and understanding other people's viewpoints and beliefs. Let's see. That is... Oh, okay. Chris is going to jump on. Cool. But they don't believe he is the Son of God. They told me that is pagan culture promoting. Well, it's only paganism. Well, put it this. I can see where they would say that, because you start going into different other pagan cultures, whether it's Mithras, whether it's Horus, whether what's another one, like between like Zeus and Hercules, whether you're talking about like Thor. Like, for those who don't know, like all of these are similar with this a father god, son god, you know, Apollo's another one. So when you start going to all of these different cultures, a lot of them believe father god, mother god, son god. And that's, I understand that's where they're getting that from. But like that's where the whole Madonna and Diana and Semiramis and Ishtar and all these different things come from, going into those. That's mother god worship. And that's the reason why a lot of people, like especially in certain faiths, have a big problem with the Catholic Church. The way that they push Mary as almost as if Mary is a god also, which goes into earlier Roman traditions of Diana, and you know, various other ones. But that goes back to even like the Semiramis and Ishtar, going into Canaanite beliefs before that. I would say that well, then that means more than likely those Christians that you're talking about probably don't really buy into the New Testament then. It sounds like they believe mainly Old Testament. Yeah, I don't know really much about the Russian beliefs. I don't know. Well, are you just talking about regular Russian, or are you talking about Russian Orthodox, which that there is a difference there? Roman Catholicism is paganism with a Christian facade. Oh, most definitely. It's having a holy day on Sunday, praying to the different saints for different things. Well, they don't even really know what an actual saint is. Eucharist. I honestly believe Catholicism is the #1 way to create atheists. The reason why I say that is because Catholicism, they literally hold on to some traditions and they kind of make up a lot of stuff. And they pick certain parts of the Bible and then read it in Latin, which most people don't understand. So most people are just used to going through these different symbolic rituals that they go through, never really ever reading the Bible or having an understanding of what the heck is going on in there. Therefore, very easily lead into disbelief. Indy left. Hey, what's up, Indy? Interesting enough, most people. I agree, A. Ross. I mean, for me, it's almost weird if you don't believe in anything. That's kind of weird to me. Because what that means more than likely is that means that I don't know. I just think that that's weird to not believe in nothing. Because something had to, I find it this way, for somebody who's a complete atheist, to believe that this whole earth just came about and it just so happened to have all the things set up for us to be able to live on and in, just already just there, and for life to exist, it's just too many things. Okay, oxygen, water. There's literally stuff on trees that you could just eat without having to. There's just too many things set up for you to be able to just live. For me to think all of this stuff is just thousands and thousands of accidents. It just that part doesn't make any sense to me. Well, Opus Cosmic. Have you read the whole Bible? Or because what I say a lot of times when people say that is a lot of people have never read the parts of the Bible, and I'm not talking about every single apocryphal book or Gnostic text. I'm talking about just the ones which were taken out after the Protestants. What the Protestants took out of the Bible alone, it might not, even if you ignore the mystical stuff, it literally, that part of what they call the deuterocanonical or the apocryphal books has a lot of historical stuff in it, which tracks with actual history. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that goes on talking about the Greeks and Hellenization. That's actual real world history. There's a lot of stuff that was talking about the Romans. There's stuff that's talking about with the Persians. There's stuff that's talking about with different African nations that are in there. There's a lot of actual history within the 14 books of the Apocrypha, which the Protestant took out. So the Bible isn't all about so-called, faith and all that. Some of the stuff is literal just historical stuff. There's a lot of stuff that they found in the Bible, which there was no historical stuff. A lot of people, they doubted the stuff was real until they start finding a perfect example like the Moabite stone. The only place you hear about the Moabites is in the Bible. But later on, archaeologists were able to actually start finding the stuff to prove that there was a Moabite kingdom. And the same thing with the, what's another one? The same thing with the Moabites and Ammonites. I mean, there's a lot of stuff which you see, because what happened is there was a lot of histories that were completely destroyed and obliterated. And I don't know, it's just interesting. Because when I talk to atheists, I don't mention a holy book. I mention Flatland, where a square 2D creature encountered a spirit. 3D creatures, spirits are 4D or more. That's why many angels say fear not. Interesting approach. I find that I just, dealing with atheists, I just normally don't talk anything faith with them at all. Atheists have the tendency to think anybody that believes in faith is just stupid and ignorant. So because they're coming from kind of a very egotistical and more snobby and arrogant viewpoint, I tend to not like dealing with people who believe that they have all the answers. That's just my thing. I don't deal with people who just believe that they have all the answers and everybody else is just stupid. Because every day I'm learning something new. I think about it just entertainment-wise. How many of you guys have watched a television program years back, and then now you watch it at an older age, and now you see different things that you never saw in there before? It appreciates your viewpoint of the thing. And that's the same thing which you should be always going back. And that's like one of my early videos I did on this channel, talking about that you should go back and every ideas that you have, investigate your ideas, search them out, see if you feel that there's still credence to it, or if there's not credence to it. Dig and explore through your beliefs, because some stuff which you hold on to belief wise, you don't really believe that anymore when you really dig into it. I'll give a perfect example. I know people who they say that they're hardcore feminists because when they were younger they were hardcore feminists, and then when you start asking them certain questions and they realize, well, actually, I'm not quite as hardcore feminist as I thought. I'll give you, or you know, you dig into it and there might be more nuanced in your beliefs. Politically, I was always so-called pro-choice, but people never asked me what I meant by being pro-choice. I'm pro-choice, but in my own personal life, I'm anti-abortion. So like if I got a woman pregnant, she's just pregnant. We're having a kid. I can't control what you and somebody else do. And I'm not going to. But also I have the right to be like, all right, you got a price to pay with somebody one day. But we're all adults to make our own decisions. So I leave it at that there. Let's see. I got some good questions and comments going on in here. Man, Opus, there's some stuff which I see in cartoons that I'm like, that was in there the whole damn time? I did not know that's what they were talking about. Like, I'll tell you one. It talks about Enoch in the Bible, where Enoch, when he was translated into the heavens, his name was called Metatron. I didn't know. Megatron. I mean, there's so many different stuff, like King Arthur, for instance, which you could tell obviously somebody just literally ripped off the story of King David and made it like King Arthur. There's so many movies that we watch, secular movies, that you could tell that they literally ripped off from Bible stories. But I mean, plenty of people love these very stories and don't even realize where they come from. Hamza says, atheists are actually the most closed-minded people. I'm not going to argue with you there. Plus, they buy into narrative more. Plus, they question less. I do find that a lot with some of these different political ideologies. Some of these people, they're so invested in that ideology and the fact that they're atheists. All they have to hold on to is those political beliefs or views. Men need women and women need men. I completely agree with that. Kat says, when talking about abortion, I link it to the eugenics movement with Margaret Sanger. A recent example, in Iceland aborted 99% of prisoners. Wow. I mean, especially now that I know what I know about Margaret Sanger, now that I'm older, I'm like, if you ask me, I'm not really for that abortion stuff. I can't tell you what to do with your own body, but especially Black or brown people, when I know what her intent was for, when I know why she was so heavy on abortion, and why she was so heavy on abortion for certain groups of people, that really made me like, can't mess with that. I see what the game is here. I definitely see what the game is here, and that's why Thomas and Margaret Sanger is celebrated by the left. Well, that's because the left cannot see some of their own blind spots. They really can't see it. And here's the thing: you know how many Black people are upset about not having abortion rights, and then they'll turn around and say, we don't have any political power. Well, because you're only 14% of the country. If I'm just throwing this out there, if even half of those people didn't have abortions in the Black community, you would be looking at much closer. I'm talking about, say, since the 70s, just 70s alone, you would be looking at a Black population somewhere around like 30-35%. You don't think that would drastically change political viewpoints and political representation with higher numbers? You don't think that there would be more change in the Black community if you had more leaders who could put pressure on the system and push it different directions? Most definitely. So there's a concerted effort to be like, yes, please, please keep killing your baby so that you can get a better job. And then you have people who are like, well, I'm about the revolution right now. Well, if you decided to sacrifice by keeping the baby instead of sacrificing your life, you get what I'm saying? If you were worried about addition versus subtraction, then maybe you could have more addition and things that are going. I don't know. I just see things differently. I just see some stuff differently. The more zealot atheists are up in everyone's business and feel entitled to people's personal beliefs, much like religious zealots. Oh, Mr. Lawson is here. There he is.
Oh shit!
I gotta go. Oh, look at him. You take it for a minute. I gotta run to the restroom, sir.
Yeah.
I had an interview right before you down a bunch of coffee, and it's now a couple of hours later. Old man bladder is starting to get to me. But yeah, I'll be right back.
Yeah. Go do your thing. What's going on, everybody? Yeah, sorry I'm late. I had a. I was outside. I just came back not too long ago. So what's going on, everybody? Trying to catch up. I don't know where Marcus left off, but I see I see the usual suspects in the chat. So we appreciate y'all coming out. Yo, Chris, he said coffee, but he running like a drunk 40. I know, right? That's probably what it was. But then again, if it was a 40, we would see drunk Uncle Marcus, and we ain't seen him in some time yet. So, he's probably not drunk. No, I didn't. Yeah, Thomas, you part of the usual suspects, man. No, I didn't even watch the fight. I forgot it was even on. I'm just waiting for, in terms of boxing, I'm waiting for Tank Davis versus Danny Garcia. That should be a fight. So you said Chrissy went deep. Yeah, man, I'm mad I missed it. I was trying to get here earlier, but unfortunately I couldn't get away. Earlier. I saw John Wick earlier. That was all right. I don't know if you guys saw that. It was straight. It was over the top, but it's a John Wick movie, so that's what you should expect from that. I heard Marcus talking, but it sounded like he had mentioned something about abortion, but I don't think he was actually talking about abortion. I think he was talking about his choice. So since the topic came up, I heard what he said. I'm pretty much along the same lines. Like, I think people should have the choice. I just don't think people should use it as a contraceptive, right? I think you should be I think you should be responsible in, your dealings with each other. You should try not to make babies if you don't want one, but sometimes these things happen. Probably most of us are oopses anyway, right? But
I know I was an oops.
Yeah, I mean, my dad wanted kids. My mom didn't, but she relented because he wanted kids.
My mom had me at 19. I knew I was an oops.
Okay, yeah. Thomas, Oklahoma says, "Is it me or does John Wick have more than 9 lives?" Thomas, he probably has like 29 lives. I've seen this dude take a beat and keep going, so it doesn't matter. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, back to it, Marcus. Yeah, my father wanted kids more than my mom did, but she gave in because she saw how badly he wanted kids. So she gave him, 2 sons, and that's it. But she's grateful that she did it. You know what I'm saying? Mr. Streets, they lied. They lied and said they was on the pill. Now I'm the father of our country. That's how it be going, right? Like, you know, we have all the histories. I saw something on Instagram yesterday that had me laughing. It was one of those posts that said, what was it? It was a dude and he was holding the baby, and the caption said, you know, my wife just gave birth. You know, she don't know I had a vasectomy 2 years ago. He was like, now she can't never tell me no. I don't think I could deal with that though. Not another kid. You know what I'm saying? Like, I couldn't deal. So Marcus, what were you on before I jumped on?
Man, we've just been all over the place. Like, I've been kind of letting the chat kind of believe things. I kind of weaved in and out of ancient history, and then talking about China, Russia, all the way from like the ancient times to how it connects to today. And then we talked a little bit about Bible stuff, Bible prophecy, and then we jumped into talking about abortion. Got a couple of comments. I'm going to respond to what Hamza asked. What was it? Hamza said something about Marcus, what's your honest opinion on the civil rights movement? For me, it started as good, and then it changed to be slaves of the Democratic Party. I feel like it started off with good intentions, but just like every movement that gets started, like a Black community thing, it always gets co-opted and changed. Like, a lot of people don't realize, like, that March on Washington, it wasn't supposed to be MLK going to go speak at the mall, and that's not what it was supposed to be. He was literally going to go all the way to Capitol Hill and to the White House. That's what that was supposed to be. And it was supposed to be an aggressive pushback against what was going on. But it got co-opted into this speech. In fact, a lot of things got taken out of that speech, the I Have a Dream speech. And it got molded down to what it was.
You know, the thing about the civil rights movement is, you know, when we learned about it, you know, they didn't, how can we say? They didn't tell us about all the players in there and what their beliefs were and, you know, what their end game and end goals were. But how it was described, it was like, okay, you know, you have a group of people in this country who are being treated really shitty, which would be, you know, Black people, right? And, you know, they did their best to try to make things equal for themselves, right? To put themselves on equal footing with their white counterparts and the rest of society. However, the problem with that was, one, the people behind Martin, right, or next to him, whatever you want to call it, they didn't have our interests at heart, right? They had their own agenda, and they were pushing Martin Luther King in that direction. So much so, he made the comment that about integration. What'd he say? I may have integrated my people into a burning home. I mean, that has a double meaning there, if you will, but it's very true. You know, integration was pushed by a certain segment of the elite, and that's what they wanted. That's exactly what they wanted to happen, because they know they could just fold us into the system even further. Us probably staying separate probably would have been the best option back then. Now it's a little too late. I don't think we can fully separate ourselves to that extent. I mean, you can try, but we're just far too intertwined, right? There's far too many people who have relationships, whether they be romantic with your partner or just family or friends. You know what I'm saying? There's too many relationships. And, you know, to the extent that, you know, white people, not all obviously, but to the extent that white folks have done things to Black people, clearly it's not all white folk, because if it was, Marcus and I wouldn't be here right now. You know, so,
yeah, I completely agree. I think looking back on it, it probably would have been better if we would have been. But see, I'm so conflicted. I'll put it this way. I'm very conflicted because of the fact of, if we would have stayed separate, it would have made it easier for the Klan to keep coming back and burning down our communities and terrorizing us because we would have been out of mind. But once societies got mixed together, it became harder and harder for white people to ignore what was happening to us because they were seeing it directly. But by doing that, we gained probably some physical safety, but we probably gained more of an economic bondage. So it kind of, I mean, not individually. I say individually, there's still opportunities where if you work really hard or if your family's doing good, you can probably, you know, maneuver through the system pretty well. But as a population as a whole, it does pencil us kind of more in because now you have to depend on the larger society and corporation. And when it integrated like that, it destroyed a lot of the Black entrepreneurship that we had. And so it was no, like, if Chris was running a business, Chris could have been like, you know what? I know you don't have any experience, Marcus, but you know what? I'm gonna hire you anyway. And it
I'm
was
gonna train you, you know, I'll get you right, you know, we can work together, you know what I mean?
Yep, but it destroyed all that. And so now people who were economically behind or maybe educationally behind wasn't given those opportunities to be able to move up the way that they were able to before, the same way in some of the white communities that they were allowed to move up. And so it put us as a community behind even more so. And I'm not saying that you can't overcome it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to say that. But it does make things harder.
No, most definitely, because when I look at the communities who decided to, like, let's look at the Amish, for instance, they chose to stay separate and they're thriving in their own way. You know what I'm saying? You know, the difference between them and us, though, is, as Marcus said, had we decided, you know, back then to just say, all right, cool, we're going to be on our own, we for sure would have been bigger targets than we already were. And it would have been easier, because then now it's like we're not scattered throughout the country, we're not scattered throughout these neighborhoods. We are literally like in one town, one city, and you could surround us at that point and, you know, do whatever, you know. Yeah. And we weren't prepared at all to mount a defense in the way that we needed to defend ourselves either.
Well, think about it. Even if they decided, you know what, they had some kind of leader like another Andrew Jackson who rose up, say, in the 50s or 60s, and he decided, you know what, I can't stand them people. He could have very easily used the military, because there was still a heavy racist presence in the military up into the 70s. That would have been perfectly fine going to genocide of Blacktown.
Oh yeah. I mean, just look what the police force does. If you can get the police to do that, you can get the military to do worse.
Yeah, oh, definitely. And this is what I like try to bring this point up sometimes when I hear some of our people who they'll be like, man, we could just do this and do that, and you know, they're not gonna do X, they're not gonna do Jack, or if we just push back, all of us. And it's like, do y'all realize that this country, the only reason why y'all haven't seen the full force is because they know that they get most of y'all to back down with sticks and rods. If it gets to the point of like France and we literally start burning Capitol buildings, they will literally, they taking the gloves off. They're not going to be like France and be like, all right, we can pull back to this area and try to pick them off slowly and arrest this person, that. They're literally just going to declare martial law and start spraying people. They're not going to play.
Are they even going to declare martial law? Or are they going to spray us first and then say, oh yeah, we declared martial law and you just ain't here?
The reason why they're going to do it that way is because of one reason. The same thing which, like, about DeSantis. DeSantis was in Guantanamo. He was a JAG lawyer. His job was to go in there and give cover to say, hey, we did everything legally. And the reason why they would do that is when NATO allies and EU be like, yo, that's jacked up what y'all doing over there. They're like, hey, we're doing everything by the book. That's the only reason why, is to give themselves cover to keep their diplomatic allies with them.
You know, I've been seeing everybody all week, you know, champion the French for being in the street, and that's cool. They're voicing, you know, their opinions in opposition to what the government does, but do they really make a difference? Like, do they truly stop their government from doing what it is they're protesting against? And to the extent that they stop it, do they actually stop it or do they delay it?
Well, like I brought up, me and Chris were talking earlier, the difference is you're dealing with a country which has a much, much, much higher unionization rate. They can literally be like, they can get 20,000, 30,000 people in the streets like it's nothing. They can literally get hundreds of thousands in the street like it's nothing. The same thing which you see going on in Israel. You see large masses of people because these places have forms of unions and stuff where they can do that. You don't have that here in the US. So you can't muster the type of crowds to have that even type of pushback. And then you factor in our country is even more militarized than these other countries. Not only you got to deal with a militarized police force, you got to deal with, okay, the local police, PD, you got sheriff's department. Then you got, like say, for instance, California, you got the CBI, or in Florida, you got the, Florida Bureau of Investigation, not the actual FBI, but you got Florida Bureau of Investigation. You have FBI, who is also there. You got ATF, you got DEA. They can literally bring down so many government agencies in the U.S. that other countries don't have. And there's a lot of guns that they can bring out. They don't even really need a lot of guns. There's also sonic weapons and all kind of other stuff. Yeah, I agree. Unions are amazing, but we don't have the numbers to do what these other countries can do. Also, imagine if you already own your house and there's no property. I mean, you realize like people in Ireland own a house and they just own it. That's it. There's no, oh, well, if you don't pay your property taxes, we can take your house. There's nothing like that. So a person can decide they're going to live off the grid and they're going to grow their fruits and vegetables and not have to worry about nothing. They don't have to work. Here in the States, you still have to. There's still a way where they're going to take money out of your pocket. And I think a lot of people look at these systems and don't understand that they're massively different than America. And you can try to do what these other countries do. I mean, but I just say that it's not going to work the same way it's working in these other countries because they understood to destroy the unions here.
We're one of the youngest, larger countries, right? Our shit is all violence. So for the ruling class to just push a button or make a call to call for more violence, it's nothing to them. They're just trying to give the impression that they are a little patient. You know what I'm saying? But look, again, let's even use January 6th. If that was real, the security forces would have cut people down.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
We had the one girl get shot, and even that, who knows if I don't know anything. But, look, they shot one person. One person died. Can you imagine if that was real? Dog, shit. Every single one of them people would have died.
I'll put it this way. This is how you know that it was not completely on the up and up real. Because Congress members would have still been there. How would you evacuate everybody? You had enough time to get everybody out. Not one politician was like stuck in their office having to barricade themselves in.
Correct.
You got security guards walking down the hallways with people. Here's the thing. They knew all this shit was coming.
Thank you.
You know it's all coming, and you don't bring over more people to protect it. I mean, Trump decided that he was going to go over to that cathedral and they mustered they mustered people like it was nothing together. They had all kind of, and I'm not talking about his Secret Service detail. They were able to get National Guard units out there in a heartbeat to walk him across the street. And you telling me that they couldn't have did that outside the Capitol, getting the National Guard over there? Yeah.
The Street said, if China invaded the U.S., do you think they will have success in the hood? Of course.
Yep. Let me show you this. Let me pull up something. Let me see if I
talk a lot about we talk a lot about the hood, but the hood hasn't shown any level of bravery in terms of actually protecting and taking care of their neighborhood. Everybody in the hood gets real big and strong and aggressive when it comes to other people that look like them. But when it comes to an outside threat, where the hood at? George Zimmerman's still around, right?
Yeah, his ass ain't dead. They can walk through the hood and they're just going, what? All they're gonna do is talk some shit and look at him crazy.
They're gonna be like, you lucky the cops is with you. You know, you got the cops, you got cameras,
Without no cops, the only way anything would ever happen, he would have to like be caught out like 2 a.m. when no cops were there and somebody would sneak up and shoot him from a distance.
Correct.
But not really coming with no real smoke like that. What did I saw? Man, I gotta find this video. Man, where is that video at? It's a video that I saw.
Marcus, somebody on Rockfin, Mischief Brew has asked, these guys ever been in the union? Mischief, I don't know if that's directed at myself or Marcus. I've never been in the union. I will say both my parents were in the union for 30 some odd years.
Most of my family, I haven't been in a union, but most of my family has been in unions. My mom
never had a job. I never had a job that was unionized, though. You know what I'm saying? Like I never had in my working professional life. I've never had the opportunity to be in a union.
Yeah, my mom is in a union. A lot of my family who worked for the railroad, they were part of a union. My brother, when he was back in his before he got to the career he does now, when he was like a Boilermaker or whatever, he was part of the union. I mean, it's a lot of my family who were in part of the teachers union, and then there's a lot of friends I grew up with who were Kansas City still has a pretty strong union presence there for because there's a lot of manufacturing jobs still. So I know a lot of people in unions. I just haven't been fortunate to be in one.
So Mischief Bruce said, "Shut up, then. I don't know what that means."
What does that mean? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, but I guess because maybe we weren't saying that unions are the greatest things. I don't know, but I mean, if I look at the state of unions now, and I'm being honest, if I look at the state of unions now, I look at it, all the management does is work to get their members to vote Democrat. That's all they seem to do. I don't see them doing anything effective. You know what I'm saying? All these jobs are gone. They agree to shut shit down. Or to allow plants to close and shit like that. So,
I want to know what Mischief Brew. Where are you leaning on this? Are you anti-union? Are you pro-union? What are you coming from? What is your question? Because I'm not getting where this hostility is coming from Mischief Brew. And Mischief Brew has kind of been a little short or snappy the whole night. I'm trying to figure out where are you coming from with this. Because what do you mean? Are you pro-union and you feel like you have some kind of insight, or you're anti-union and you're trying to tell people that they don't know unions? Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah,
because I'm trying to understand, what are you talking about? I mean, if you want to get a show of your own and talk about what you want to talk about, do that. I could talk about any damn thing I want to. So the last thing you're going to do is come on here and shut me up. I don't know. It's just that telling somebody to shut up on their channel. What is this about? Who the fuck are you?
Well, you know, some people want to troll, you know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. Well, thanks for watching anyway, Mischief. We appreciate it, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, going back to, you know, what we was getting into, because I don't want to get too sidetracked. Yo, Streets, I see your comment, dog. You're funny as shit. I wasn't going to say nothing.
I'm in New York, so let me show you this.
Look, Cat makes a great point right here. Boom. The main thing, whether it be unions, schools, healthcare, or any institution, is that they are all corrupted. Unfortunately, this is what happens. You know what I'm saying? These organizations, they grow too big. You get a little bit of political power. You have the ability to raise funds, you know, and all of a sudden, you know, these people creep in and they take over. Yo, these kids playing with hammers?
I'm trying to show you. I'm trying to show you this. Watch this real quick.
Oh no, son, it's a wrap. We lost.
Yo, so I'm just giving you a heads up. This is how they training over there right now. So.
Oh yeah, nah, it's a wrap. They got their kids doing that.
Our kids watching it. Shoot, our adults are supposedly hood ones. They in the club worrying about how much somebody twerking and all that. And they get up in there, yo, what's up, cuz? Blah, blah, blah. I got these bangers on you. I got the drink. Y'all really think that is going to stop a trained military coming in ready to do something? Man, please. And just a lot of even a lot of these people who think, oh, I got all my guns in my house already.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. I mean,
don't even do it, kid. Don't even do it. We stay on it, right?
Them militia kids, them militia cats learned the hard way just messing with our government, and they train all the damn time. You get somebody who comes in who don't give a damn about you, who's been trained from 6 years old to assemble guns as
Did
fast as
you already
possible.
touch on TikTok?
Huh? Just briefly.
I said, did you already get into it? Did you already touch on TikTok?
Yeah, just briefly.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that shit is, you know, I just want to get my little 2 cents in on TikTok, you know. I find it ironic that the government is saying that they need to protect us, or our information from it getting into the wrong hands, et cetera, et cetera. So is it bad if China has our information, but the United States intelligence apparatus and the government has our information? Like, that's any better? You know what I'm saying? So I find that weird that their angle for trying to muscle TikTok away from China is Americans' information. Look, it's the internet, dog. It doesn't matter. It's all out there. You know what I'm saying? And to the extent that the United States wants to own TikTok, to do what, though? To push what kind of message are they trying to push? You know what I'm saying? I saw Jamal Bowman's bitch ass get on TV and say, oh, Republicans want to ban TikTok because they have no swag. Nigga, you ain't got no swag. How about that? Right? Our kids' TikTok feed here is all, it's funny videos, people hitting themselves, cats jumping off cliffs. You know what I'm saying? It's not at all educational, not anything like how the Chinese have it, or so we've been told. So, You know, are they going to take TikTok? Is the United States government going to force a sale of TikTok and then force the new owners of TikTok to promote only educational material? You know what I'm saying? That's not going to happen. They're going to be like, well, you know, a private company owns this now, and they can allow whatever content they want. You know, so it's all about nothing. Again, it's something else. It's all about nothing.
It's only got to do it because it's China. They don't give a damn if it was anybody else.
Correct.
I mean, so I just laugh at that. I mean, it's only because it's China that they got a problem with it. Because they ain't got a problem with WhatsApp. They don't have a problem with they don't have a problem with what was it? The one with the bell, Snapchat. They ain't got a problem with Instagram. Y'all ain't tripping with Facebook, and they all do the same shit. They all have facial ID. They all doing the same shit. They all have access to your home. They all doing all of this. And so all it is you got a problem with China. And it's not that, it's you're trying to manufacture that China is the enemy over and over and over, so that down the road you can start pushing people to be war hawks about China, just like they are about Ukraine.
Mm-hmm. You know what's funny is that they complain about TikTok for kids and information, but for adults, Instagram, that shit is warping adults' minds, kid. Like even more, like Twitter is its own thing, but to me, Instagram has a different effect. You know what I'm saying? Because it is very visual, and you're watching all these images and things like that. That shit is affecting people in their 40s and 50s to alter their behavior, to alter their looks, to alter how they dress, alter how they talk. You know, it's crazy. Like that's the shit that we should be looking at. Like half the women we see online, they look the way they do offline because of what they're looking at online, specifically on Instagram. That's something that we, you know, should take into account. You know, look how many plastic surgeons are making so much money now because of that shit.
You see A. Ross's comment?
No, what did she say?
Y'all should see my husband's union. I guess it's LIBA. They had info about a permanent schedule change from 9 to 5 p.m. to a sudden 2 to 10 swing shift out of nowhere, and they come up with nothing to push back on this. No plan at all, no extra money or incentives for the major disruption, just nothing.
You see what I'm saying? Like, that goes to show unions. Thank you, A-Roz, for the comment and putting us on, giving us a real, you know, example of the ineptitude of these unions. So to our good friend Mischief Brew, who was, you know, had his panties in a bunch over our comments on unions, you know, it's funny. Look, right here, another commenter just gave you a great example of how they failed to protect their workers. You know what I'm saying?
What about the unions when it came to COVID? Because I know Liz was trying to get into exemption from the shit that was going on with the school board, and they were like, "No, you got to get vaccinated." And so they were, especially here in California, forcing all the teachers to have to be vaccinated. Religious exemption, none of that matters.
Yeah, that's, you know, it's unfortunate, dog. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, they didn't do anything. I guess the only thing good about a union is the health benefits that they give you. Because when my mother had cancer, you know, they were covered under my father's insurance plan, and it was a very good plan that, you know, it didn't bankrupt them. You know, with my mother going through cancer. You know what I'm saying? That helped. But other than that, like, what else? You know.
I mean, I know for Burlington Northern Santa Fe, they were really good when before my grandfather retired. By the time my cousin Nico, by the time he got closer to his retirement a couple of years back, a lot of things that they had gotten weaker. And then his son, by then, it wasn't a lot of things that kind of subsided away. But like, I'll tell you, for instance, like the Boilermakers and stuff that I work with, Boilermakers Apprentice, if all of them say, yo, we done, right now. We want this. Shit gets shut down for Boilermakers though. So it all depends on like what kind of leverage you also have too.
Mm-hmm. Oh, did you I know this is like third rail shit, but I'm interested in seeing the response. Did you talk to them about Anna Kasparian's like little like rant?
Oh, I forgot about that. I forgot all
about it. I'm gonna try to find it. So you go ahead, keep talking. I'm gonna find it.
Mm-hmm. I was reading. I'm just for now on, since Mischief Brew is just don't know how to talk respectfully to people, I'm just gonna ignore Mischief Brew. Just because your union didn't do COVID, don't mean that we cape for unions. Doesn't mean that everything is great for unions. You're just a child the way you act. So I'm not dealing with the stupidity with the way you're reacting. That said, let's get back to adults who have adult conversations. I'm not. Motherfucker getting on my damn nerves. Just because your union shitted on you about it. For one, nobody ever said unions were the greatest thing ever. Another thing, unions in another country are different than here. Every union is fucking different. But only an idiot thinks all is good or all is great. Never mind. Sorry, Anna Kasparian.
Yeah, Marcus, look, so I found Anna Kasparian's comment. I'm going to let everybody read it so that they can see it and they can let us know what they think. Right? So Anna Kasparian, which organization is she with? Is she on the Young Turks or something like that? I don't know. Like, I'm not. Okay. So her comment is, I'm a woman. Please don't ever refer to me as a person with a uterus, birthing person, or person who menstruates. How do people not realize how degrading this is? You can support the transgender community without doing this shit. Does anyone have an issue with this? If you do, please say so in the comment section. We trying to see something, as they say.
You see what Baba said? It says, I'm a TERB, trans exclusionary radical. Oh, that's funny.
Now, the funny thing is, she said that. In the 21st century, I don't even know why you would even need to say that, right? But we do. Here we are. This is where we find ourselves. The issue is all the people who came attacking her. They really started going at this woman for saying this.
Well, I mean, did you you want me to bring up that other one or send it to you?
Which one?
I don't know. The one that Hamza sent me.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine.
But
yeah,
I know
I didn't have a.
It's gonna piss some people off. I don't think
Marcus, I didn't have a problem with anything she said, and the most of the people. I saw a Trez comment on it. Yo, Trez a funny dude, man.
Yes, hilarious. I'm telling you,
Alex Stein.
If Audrey's wasn't so far up, man, I'd be like, yo, we gotta meet up for a beer. We got to. Let's see, where's it at? Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Or maybe Hamza didn't send it. Maybe I just sent it to you.
How'd you send it to me on?
Yeah. I sent it to you on Instagram.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I did send it to you. But I thought Hamza sent it to me because that's something he definitely would have sent me.
All right, I got it. All right, so what I'm gonna do is this. Yo,
yes,
Pat, stop
you better do that, Atrish. You better.
Yeah, I didn't see a problem with it, dog, to be quite honest. Like, I really didn't. My issue is with the people who had an issue with what she said, because at the end of the day, you live in this fairy world. You live in this fucking fairy tale, right? In that you want us to believe fake shit. Because again, whenever everybody has seen the post, everyone has seen the post by now. Like it's two skeletons on the ground, and it says, when archaeologists find these bones later on, they're going to say, look, one was a man, one was a woman. At the end of the day, call yourself what you like. Respect the fact that we're not stupid. If you want us to be stupid, sorry, but that's not gonna work for you. And I'm telling you, the blowback that's building up amongst average people, amongst people who said that they're allies, they're turning everyone off. So it's just ironic to watch them go about their business. They're the least tolerant people, especially online. In person, in the streets, they don't have that same energy. But when they're hiding behind their phones or hiding behind their computers or tablets, they got this real big aggressive energy. But they're turning a lot of people off. A lot of people off. Even people who are gay are like, yo, what the fuck? Hamza just mentioned RZA interviewed a trans woman, like a cross.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Hamza interviewed not Hamza, sorry. RZA Islam interviewed, a transvestite, as he said, whatever he was called. It was an older man who obviously dresses as a woman, carries himself as a woman. He was saying, we're not real women. So this younger, like the person said in the interview, it's this Generation Z shit that is just trying to force it. The other ones just went ahead and lived their life. All this, you got to call me they and all this other shit. Yo, I keep running back to it. Like, they could take that shit out. They could go somewhere with that shit. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know. It's kind of funny because it honestly sounds like the people who I heard talking about this more than anybody, the Bank sisters. And it almost seems like Anna Kasparian is kind of like, kind of, what's the word, conjuring, the Bank sisters, what they've been saying lately. And I'm kind of surprised that she even took that approach to say that. I don't know, maybe that's a sign that TYT is starting to make a little turn.
No, it's probably because as a woman, she was probably like, okay, this is a little too much. Like, all right, I'm a woman and you telling me, a man. Yo, keep in mind, like everything else in this country, a lot of this is coming from white men. Goldie Max, you live in a fantasy, baby.
You remember that?
You're living in a fantasy, baby.
You're living in a fantasy, baby.
Yeah. Yo, quite honestly,
I don't know. Did you see this? The whole thing, but just this right here, I said, I was like, is this all right? I mean, I'm just warning you, it's graphic.
Which one are you putting on?
Inclusion?
Oh, yeah.
On Earth? Before I begin this video, although I don't think I should have to.
Yeah, I said, whoa, let's see, skip ahead a little. Where's it? It's a plant? Oh.
Where scantily clad grown men parade in front of children wearing wigs, makeup, and clothing that resembles stripper gear for the most part has been spreading like wildfire across the UK. Yet those that come out against Drag Queen Story Hour and rightfully protest its inappropriate nature with regards to these events being targeted at children, we're called far right. We're called bigots. All of these accusations couldn't be farther from the truth. I've said it once and I'll say it again. I think it's pretty homophobic to suggest being gay or being bi or being queer, if you like, has to constantly revolve around dramatized and overly sexualized caricatures of women, in this case, being presented to children. But this has gone too far. I'm genuinely concerned about the safety of children at these events, but also the sanity of the parents dragging their kids along to them. So I was recently made aware of a.
So that's just a little bit of like, why does it have to? They say, well, why are you having a problem with drag? Why can't you just go in your normal clothing? Why do you feel a need to do all that? And around kids, why do you feel a need? Like, a kid needs to see me in drag. Why? What is there something you're trying to force on kids? Are you trying to be like, yo, kids need to see drag in their life? Are you trying to recruit drag? Is that what you're doing? You're trying to get kids into wanting to do drag at an early age? There's a, I gotta show you this other one too, because I'm let's see. I mean, and I used to say this, I don't even like when I see cartoon characters. Like, there's one cartoon character and they have the character twerking. I don't feel that's necessary. Why do kids have to be sexualized at all? At all. Drag or straight or any of that. I don't feel none of that is necessary for kids. Period. And I can't find the one where this one, it's a kid drag stripper. And I'm like, is that what the goal is? You want kids to be doing that?
I saw that too.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes.
I just don't think that that's necessary. That's just not necessary. Street says, question, do you guys think we are in hell or don't know yet? I think we're getting towards the end. That's what I think. I think we're getting towards the end. It says in the last days that it'll be increasingly wicked. And it'll be people, and I just wonder, like, how is that possible? Because there are going to be people who are going to be condoning the wickedness and defending the wickedness. That's why. I mean, so one of the Ninja Turtles is not a lesbian. I thought they were all guys. Oh, well, of course.
I told you, it's in all of the remakes of the cartoons and stuff. You know, every character, every show now has to feature someone gay. It has to.
And the thing about it is, if you look at it, according to what they say the LGBTQ population is, if you look at the representation in the movies, it's literally like 4 times the amount of the actual amount of people who are supposed to be LGBTQ. Why is there so much more of a massive overrepresentation? It's almost like, well, since we feel like y'all didn't do it in other movies over the decades, we're going to make up for all the movies over all the decades you didn't do it and just put it all into all the movies right now at the same time.
Yeah,
and it's Baba, not only going gay, I feel like now more and more it's starting to push that there needs to be a sex scene too.
Thomas is stupid. Not for nothing, the same people who support this kind of shit, those are the same people who are like, spending. Those are the same people who running the agendas for like Disney and all the rest of it. You know what I'm saying? Putting us all out there. And Baba, yeah, it's to the point that every single show you watch now that comes out, they have to have a homosexual gay scene.
Oh,
and now, before it used to be the women because they know men liked it, right? So you would always find the 2 women because men like that. Now we're at the point it's men and it's very graphic. Like they're showing, they showing men's joints left and right these days, and it's a little too much. Like you almost gotta watch TV like this.
Have you seen this, Chris? I don't know if the audience has seen this yet. I don't even want to make it big.
That's the kid, right?
Yeah.
That's a boy, right?
No, that's enough. We don't need to get the point. We need to watch the whole thing. But and that shit break the internet. Break my and my thing is, even when I would go back to like a high school game, and we're talking about kids who were 16, 17, some of them even 18. I'm there watching the drill team, and I'm like, this feels uncomfortable. This feels very uncomfortable. Granted, you might even be a kid who's out there having sex already, but this feels uncomfortable watching a child doing all this sexual stuff. It's just that don't feel right at all. I feel uncomfortable, and I'm not even talking about from a trans or gay. I'm talking about even these drill teams and cheerleading squads are going way too far, and this whole sexualizing of kids, gay, straight, lesbian, or trans is, for me, is just too much. I mean,
and sometimes I wonder if this is like part of their like depopulation agenda, right? Like let's just get a certain amount of the population to buy into this, to do this, to think they are that. You know, the end result is no children, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's so weird, Doug. Like I don't understand why they just have this need to want to introduce this to children. I don't get it. I mean, I'm a straight man. I don't want the 4-year-old. I don't want the 4th graders going to a strip club to see women.
Well, remember that line from Unleashed with Jet Li, and he's like, you know, he's looking at Jet Li after he like beat the hell out of somebody, and he's like, how the hell did you get him like that? And he's like, you get him early enough, you can train him to do anything.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's thinking in my head, like, is this the goal, to train these kids as early as possible to start gearing them towards being sexual? It's funny, every time I read that where Hamza says they want everybody to be a fat lesbian, I hear that read in the Jesse Lee Peterson voice. I believe in LGBTQ rights, but years ago when I was a casino security guard, a gay dude was wearing a shirt with this thing hanging out with crossed legs, making everyone uncomfortable. We escorted him out. Yeah, it's
but that's what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Like, you know, you don't have to do that. Like, why is it always their sexuality they lead with? Like, I don't walk around to everybody, hey, my name is Chris and I love women. Like,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying? I don't have to do that. It is what it is.
Mm-hmm. And I believe Kat said it earlier too about well, I mean, there's literally a scripture that says, you know, I'm gonna put up this comment first. I'm gonna show y'all some of y'all Bible believers. I don't know if y'all seen this before. Cass says, "Don't worry, Marcus. At this rate, pedophiles will be normalized. Remember, they are marginalized people who have minor attraction syndrome. We have been programmed with movies like Benjamin Button." I didn't even think about that. I never watched Benjamin Button, but you do got a good point there. I mean, and people don't realize that part of the early LGBTQ movement. Well, actually, before the T was added and the Q, when it was just LGBG, it was like they had what was called NAMBLA. You remember NAMBLA? North American.
What was it? National Association for Man Boy Love or some shit like that?
North American.
Yeah, see, that's how much I know. I got this shit wrong. I'm glad I got it wrong. But no, it's a sick organization.
Mm-hmm. Hey, y'all remember the movie? Oh gosh, that movie traumatized me early. Y'all remember the movie with Forrest Whitaker, The Crying Game? I was like, is this really on TV now? I wasn't expecting that, and I think I was too young to be watching that. I was like, whoa, what is going on in this movie? Whoa, what is going on here? Is it they really showing all this? You saw The Crying Game, right, Chris?
Long time ago, but I don't remember it like that. I think it was on TV. I don't think it was one of those things that really stuck around. Was that the one where like the girl was pretending to be a boy? And is that the one? Okay. Yeah.
Lesbian. Oh man. What was it I was gonna that's what I was gonna bring up.
You know, and the thing is, you know, they'll watch this and they'll be mad and they'll tag us and they'll say that we hate people and blah, 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 blah. You know, but at the end of the day, dog, like, do what you do. You notice when you're not messing with kids, we have nothing to say, right? Besides you trying to force us to, you know, call a single person they, right? Other than that, I don't have nothing else to say.
I put it this way, literally back in the day, I went to Hamburger Mary's. And fine, y'all do what y'all want, ha, laugh, whatever. I just don't like kid stuff. I've even felt like I don't like in movies where like you don't even have to have the characters kiss or nothing. You don't, I mean, especially for kids movies, you don't need to have that in there. And I'm like, this world is crazy enough. Can kids just have their innocence for a little bit longer?
Their allies would tell people like you and I, like, hey guys, you know, there's a lot of other important things. It's not really hurting you for these people to live their lives, like kind of back off. You know, when you stop forcing me to do shit, when you stop doing weird shit like messing with children, you know what I'm saying? Like, then I'll be cool. And then, you know, they like to show, you know, as a counter to what we're saying, they'll pull up all of the supposed straight men who have abused kids, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Nobody's making any excuse for those types of people either. You know what I'm saying? If you hurt kids, you know, you deserve the worst thing that happens to you. But just in terms of matter of an issue for society, like, dog, who you gonna tell me how to talk?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're not even telling me, hey, don't insult me. You really trying to change everything.
I brought this one up.
And their dead bodies shall lie in the street of the great city, which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt, where also our Lord was crucified.
Mm-hmm. I just want to put that out there.
Mm-hmm.
Great city. Spiritually, Sodom and Egypt. Why would it be called Egypt? Because this place is known for bondage.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in the times of old and now, we have 25% of the world's prisoners. Can't tell me that's not
for real. Biolabs on Rockfin says, like, when they were kids in school, they would tease each other by saying you part of NAMBLA. Like, now everything is different. Right? Like, that's what I'm saying. Some dude dancing in Speedo at the park is wrong, but throw a wing. So Sephora on the same dude. Oh yeah, correct. I know. Seriously.
And I'll put it like this: it's not even necessarily about the Speedo, even though I'll be like, I don't want to see no man in a Speedo. Period. I mean, I just don't think men should wear Speedos. But I mean, when I was in the UK, not even the UK, just England in general, because it's part of their culture, everybody wears Speedos. It's not looked at as a sexual thing. But when they're doing it here, they are making it sexual. They are they making it. I don't want to go into detail. They're just making it sexual. It don't need to be that way. Yeah, because Glory thinks that. Oh man, yeah. I don't. No comment. I mean,
the other thing, the other thing about it, again, and a lot of their allies, a lot of the people who speak up on behalf of that community, they don't have kids. So they're the one, they don't have to have these conversations with kids. They may have a cousin or a niece or a nephew or something like that, but you don't live with that kid. You don't raise that child. For somebody like myself, I have children. I've raised children. I've been around children for a long time. Like, you have to have certain conversations, and they don't understand. And quite honestly, it looks very funny and weird to a lot of these kids. A lot of the time you have to tell the kids, yo, just chill, be nice, don't say nothing, don't hurt their feelings, leave them alone, etc., etc. So, they're lucky that people like me, knowing how I feel, will even tell my sons that. You know what I'm saying? Because it could be the opposite way. Like, yo, you know what? Them people, go at them, make them feel bad, insult them, tell them to stay away from you. But we're not even saying that. I'm saying be respectful, leave them alone. Don't poke fun at them. Just, stick to you, do you, things of that nature. But even that they have a problem with.
Yeah, I mean, it's just getting a crazy time. Like, somebody was talking, we brought up Sodom. I don't know if y'all know this, but in the Bible, when it talks about the two angels, not only were the men of that area, they wanted to go after the angels. It literally said from the young to the old. So it was literally talking about that going on too.
All these people, all these people are so concerned with society and all that shit. And then they're like, oh my God, I don't want to have a kid. How could you bring a kid up in this society? Maybe you should be having kids so that you could change the society. Because that's the only way you do change it is through the youth. You know what I'm saying? So if you're only leaving.
But you have the Einstein situation where he was going out and he was going to try to interview these people. Now, granted, he was going to interview them and he was going to put it on to mock it later. But they literally had their kids out there as a part of it. And what they would do was they would put their kid in front of him and say, you can't film me, you can't film me, you can't film me. And then kept literally using their kid as as a prop, as a way to, it was just, it was bad how they were using their kids in aiding their views and their protests. Like, every time I see a kid who's 5 years old holding a sign and saying, any political stuff like, oh, we need to get the troops out of here. That kid don't know nothing about none of that. Why are you having your kid hold any signs for anything?
Yes, Stephen, free Julian Assange. Correct. We'd love to see dude out, just like all the other political prisoners. Like Mumia Abu Jamal been in prison my whole life. They ain't letting that dude out. So the chances of letting Assange out are.
I was hearing some stuff that they might be having some breaks in this case, or it might get closer. I don't know. I think we probably should have Renee on to talk about that one of these times.
To talk about Mumia?
Yeah, she's real kind of abreast on the situation. And I've seen a couple of lawyers, which I was thinking about reaching out to some of them about getting them on.
The sad part for Mumia is, let's just say they let him out of jail tomorrow. I'm glad he's out of jail, but his health is all kind of fucked up. So his quality of life, while it's great with having freedom, is just sad that he won't be able to really enjoy being out of prison to that extent. Mentally he will, but physically, he's messed up. I know he's had hepatitis and he's had a bunch of other things. I think he may have even had a stroke not too long ago. If I'm wrong, my bad. But he's been in there. I remember my mother telling me about him when I was a kid. You know what I'm saying? Well, Latrez, that's what he needs to say now.
Yeah, man, craziness.
Do you notice every single time, like, you know, look, 2020 during the Black Lives Matter, you know, protests and shit like that, you know, everything was like, oh, black rights, black rights. Now you hear the government speak and it's like, oh, you know, we want human rights and we want rights for gays. And somebody needs to explain to me what they don't have.
Yeah, because I hear people say, like, when somebody asked them that question, they were like, well, you know that gays can still not get hired at certain places. And I'm like, so can everybody not get hired? I mean, what do you mean?
Yeah, I don't, like I said, if you want to be a special class, then just say you want to be a special class. You know what I'm saying? Be a special class. But either you equal, you get it treated like everybody else, or you're special, and we're going to just put you in, you know, we're going to section you off, and you're just going to stay there, and you can't participate since, you know, everybody's a little too aggressive for you. You need to just stay, you know, over there in your safe little space.
Yeah, here's will I just see it or not?
Is the comment from our good friend A-Roz.
Okay.
Posted there.
I got the Instagram one too, whenever you want me to put it up.
Yeah, basically she was saying, like, you know, look, if, you know, Robin Williams and, you know, like Martin Lawrence dressing as women in their programs, it wasn't as, it's less problematic because there was nothing sexual about any of their, about their behaviors.
Well, I saw somebody kind of post something like that, and I kind of pushed back on it a little bit because I'm like, but that's technically not even drag, because drag is meant to be is typically, because there are some women who do drag also, typically a man who's dressing up like a woman to pretend like a woman. And some of these cases in some of these movies, their character is supposed to be a woman. So like Big Mama's House, well, actually, no, not Big Mama's House, but like the Clumps, for instance. Clumps, you know, Mama Clump, she's supposed to be a woman. Medea is supposed to be a woman. So I mean, so yeah, I get what they're saying. I just got a problem when they start to get sexual. Even if it was somebody who wants to go and drag and they're gonna sit there just normal and they want to read to the kids, fine. When you're doing all this dancing and twerking and all that, I'm not with all that. Yeah, Mrs. Doubtfire, I still think it's a whole funny movie for kids. What's wrong with that? And then I hear people say, "Oh, well, you want to get rid of trans, you want to get rid of drag hour, and you want to, what did they say? You want to extinct trans people?" It's like, how do people leap to these to these levels like that? Well, you feel like they shouldn't do something, so that means you want to like kill everybody or something. It's like, what?
Yeah. Right, like I disagree with this small part, and like now all of a sudden I hate everybody and want people to die.
But I mean, I know another community that uses that argument too. You know?
Oh yeah, we're gonna leave that alone.
That starts with a Z.
Yeah, we're gonna leave that alone. Yo, did you see you saw your boy Jonathan Majors, kid?
Man, you talking about his photo shoot?
Yeah.
To each his own.
Yo,
I'm like,
my man got extra swole for, like, you know, for Creed, right? He got himself into great shape. You know what I'm saying? And only to be like taking photos like, Essence, you did this to this guy? Like this, Marcus, you saw this shit?
No, you're not gonna show the picture. Oh,
look, dog, what you doing, son?
Well, what it's telling me is that if you want to be a leading man in Hollywood, especially a black man, like Kat is saying here, this is what you need to do. And that's one thing. If he's just naturally part of the whole kind of LGBTQ and that's him on his own, he chose. But it's literally, unless you're telling me that every damn near every black man who makes it just happens to be, this is what they like to dress like. That no, every black major star is kind of with this gender fluid. But if that's what you're telling, but I'm seeing it far too much. And what that's saying is either that's what you either have to do to get ahead, or you're only allowing people who will do that get ahead. Either one, it doesn't look right. Because you can't tell me that, though, the overwhelming margin of black guys who make it in Hollywood, they really want to dress very effeminate. That's what the real thing is. I just don't buy that.
Yeah. I don't know why they did that. I don't know why they did that to that man. Like it was kind of sad. I
highly doubt he came in and was like, "Yo, can y'all get me the little pink deal and the long boots, please? This is how I really want to do my show." I just don't buy that. I think that somebody told him, "You're going to do this."
But Kat, to Kat's comment about making black men effeminate, it's happening to men across the board. It's not only black.
I would. Well, something that I've noticed for some time. You look back through damn near every movie for at least the past 10 years. If there is a white character and a black character, the black man they always make weaker. He always has to be emasculated, even if he's not doing something which is, Oz Whistle says, much love. Oh, yeah, much love to you, Oz.
Marcus, we discussed it with the Eternals, right? The Marvel movie, The Eternals, right? You have all these people who have all these super duper powers. The black guy is the one who can make literally any kind of machine or any kind of invention, and he decides to be the softest dude.
Mm-hmm.
And has a boyfriend.
About it, it makes me start wondering if Kevin Samuels thing was an accident.
You know what? He looked kind of saucy too at times. I ain't even gonna lie to you, bro.
Yeah, but he was not. Yeah. Well, what I'm saying, I think about another example. Like, think about it. Think of any of your top shows you could think of that have a mixed cast. Walking Dead. Every black dude in there had to either go away and die that wasn't, or he had, like, think about it. Tyrese was one of the big, huge dude, and he can't beat the hell little tiny white dude. And they'll take the smallest little white dude, and he always gonna beat the hell out of the big, strongest black dude.
Yeah.
And I know
it has. Hey, Ruby, what's up?
Hey, Ruby. Yeah, it was a trend that you will always see in a movie that black guy is getting his ass kicked by somebody who's half his size, always, consistently. Or just in general, a lot of times it's shown where the man, he gets injured and now the woman's having to bail him out. And I see a big trend of that where the man needs
even all the action movies now, most of them feature women now. And it's just like, all right, it's cool. I don't have a problem with a dope ass chick, you know what I'm saying? But let's be realistic though. You know what I'm saying? Like, every single movie. You can see that's where Creed is going too. They're going to make his daughter the next one.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. You can already see that, definitely. And and my thing is, like, on a lot of these shows, a lot of these different things, like, for instance, when they were talking about a black Batman or Black Bond, why can't we just make a black spy, our own, a new character? I don't feel this need to always have to switch something. You can leave Scooby Doo the way it is and come up with a black version. Why is it that hard? And the reason what I feel is, for one, Hollywood is lazy, and they're just going to always jump on trains, which that's not good. But another thing is, on top of the fact that they're lazy and they're just going to hop on a trend, they don't want to hire a whole nother cast of, I feel like, what will be black and brown and other people to build a whole nother something different. You can have, I guarantee you there's somebody out there who can come up with a Scooby-Doo comparison which has, you know, a black and brown cast or something like that, or different.
And you know, Marcus, we talk about entertainment a lot, and people, you know, some people would be like, "Oh, I'm tired of talking about Hollywood and da 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 da." You know, a lot of people take in a lot of entertainment. A lot of this content is forming your thoughts and your opinions. So it is, well, you do have to discuss this stuff. There's something to think about, Morpheus. A black Scooby-Doo show. Scooby would be a Rottweiler. Yo, this dude.
and what was his name?
Who?
Shaggy would have to be a roster, of course, but
no, I was gonna say Shaggy should be like Michael Vick. He just turned over a new leaf, right? Now he's trying to protect the dogs.
I imagine like Carlton. What was the main dude? I forget. Was it Dave or something like that?
Mm-hmm.
I think that would be a Carlton type dude.
Yes. Oh, A-Rod says she went and looked at the Jonathan Majors picks.
Oh man. I was like, oh. Not my thing at all. I mean, I'm like I remember what Bernie Mac's joke he said back in the day. I ain't got no problem with, you know, he's like, yeah, we can be out, we can be hooping, playing ball, and we finish up playing and be like, hey man, what you gonna do? It's like, man, I think I'm gonna go. He's like, man, I think I'm gonna go get me a 6-pack. He's like, yeah, I think I'm gonna go suck some dick. He's like, all right, man, I'll see you later then. You can go do your thing. Cool. I'm gonna go do my thing over here. Cool. But I don't know why it feels like no matter what you watch, it's being forced into your purview. It's being forced into whatever you watch. Well, don't tell us about it, but I know you went and watched it already. The movies are boring as fuck now, especially those Marvel ones, predictable. Identity politics and comes off as empty and worn out. Well, it's because of wasn't it Kevin Feige, and we talked about that.
Kevin Feige or whatever.
We talked about that dude and what he's been doing, and they just fired old girl from old girl who was over, what was it? Trying to remember. She'd been in woman for like 17 years, and she did Ant-Man and Wasp. They fired her ass. They bombed on that movie.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not surprised. I mean, and I don't think it's because of some woke stuff. I just think that it was kind of lame.
Yeah, Ruby, I can tell you, I won't say anything about the movie, but there's no.
I'm seeing it tomorrow.
Hmm.
Don't. I'm going to see it in the morning.
Oh no, I'm not giving any spoilers. I'm just saying there's nothing.
After my interview,
there's nothing in there that's gonna make you feel uncomfortable. Like, it's just the movie's cool. There's no agenda. You know what I'm saying? There's no. If there is a reference, I missed it and didn't catch it. So you know what I mean?
I mean, one of them, the one girl, she was gay, and that was cool. It was no problem. They just didn't focus. They just didn't make her sexuality the focus of the movie. Which I'm
Yo, have you seen or heard of Swarm? I can answer that. Pretty asked why Netflix and Hulu have a bunch of UK movies. That's because all of the American studios have their own streaming service. So Netflix had to look elsewhere to build an audience and to fill up their platform with content.
So is that why that's why they had all them Bollywood movies?
Yeah.
Is because maybe they're not all technically Bollywood. I don't know, but they just. I know. I was going through there. I was like, damn, there's a lot of Indian movies on here.
Yeah, because think about it. Disney, think about anything that was 20th Century Fox that they had, they can no longer use because, you know, Disney swallowed that up, right? So anything 20th Century Fox can't be shown on Netflix unless they have an agreement. Anything Disney obviously was pulled off of Netflix. You can't do that. Paramount has its own streaming service. Peacock has its own streaming service. HBO, Showtime, all these studios have all of them have their own streaming services. They don't want to let a third party like Netflix, you know, broadcast those programs, because then why would you pay, you know, a Disney or a Paramount, right?
Well,
if you want their content.
They never really broadcasted a lot of that stuff, though.
No, they didn't. But that's why they. Oh. No, but that's why they didn't allow. That's why Netflix has so many different. That's why they have so many international shows like that, you know. Mm-hmm. And Hulu is part of Disney too, so some of their content will be on Hulu.
That makes some sense, because a lot of shows that seem like they would be possibly a Netflix show, you're starting to see them on Hulu or what's the other one? Prime, Amazon Prime.
Oh, Marcus, that Swarm is on Amazon. You should probably check out. Oh, this video. Yes. Play this.
Yeah, you want me to play this one? All right.
You're a man in a dress. We fought to have the title of trans women. Respectfully, trans men are trans men. That is not even a disrespect. It's this younger, new generation Z crazy that it's not enough for. But let me just break something down to y'all real simple. If a woman is a social construct and we're emulating women, what would that make us? Social construction workers? To be truthful. And if biological women stop having sex, if biological women stop having babies, it won't be no more black, white, LGBT, fat, funny looking, or nothing else. I know y'all ain't gonna like the way I put it to you in the box, but when you find the lie, stop me. Because I have relationships with trans men that identify as men, but they're biologically women. They think that, oh, Flame, you just pandering for the women. No, I know what a woman is. Woman is Mother Earth. We all came through the birth canal of a woman. All female impersonators, transgender, sex change, whatever. You did not learn how to be a female or act like a female watching somebody like you in a suit and tie.
That's fact.
You learn from the woman that raised you, whether it be your mother, your auntie, your stepmother, whomever. But then when I get so comfortable in my gay or my transgender or whatever I decide to become, whatever's instilled in me, I'm better than you? No, I'm not better than you. You're still my sister.
Wow.
But I'm better than you now. That is the problem. We keep trying to dismiss women. You cannot dismiss a woman.
Right.
Life
Or
would
compete.
stop.
Trans women are women. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so. Dang, my shit froze. Did y'all catch any of that? Because it came back, it looked like it was froze. You hear me, Chris?
No, I heard everything.
Oh, okay, I was just checking. I came back over. I was like, it's froze. But it just
No.
Good play. Yeah, but I mean, and I've seen this with more and more people, and it seems like it's this under, I don't say what, maybe
25.
under 35 at least, that, because I know some of these people are over 30, but it's definitely under 35 that where it's this big stark change that's happening. That, like, for instance, like when people start pushing the whole Latinx, I would ask somebody, what is this about? And then I would start finding that it was a lot of Latino trans people or gay that wanted to be called Latinx because they didn't like that the language is gendered. And I'm like, so you're trying to not, I mean, how could you, and I've said this before, how could you speak the language? A lot of words literally would make sense. I mean, it would be like speaking Pig Latin. Yes, that Latin thing is ridiculous. And where does it, okay, so let's say that, okay, everybody just goes with the whole non-binary thing, just shut it up, we'll just go. then cannot, when people say, you know what, I want to be trans species and I am now a dog or a cat or whatever, then can you tell those people that no, you're not, you're a human? I mean, it's where at what point do you start to draw any line? Where can you draw a line at? I mean, what happens there?
Yo, there's no Spanish speaking person I know, and I know a lot, right? Especially my own family, right?
Yeah,
Yo, nobody uses Latinx. Nobody. They're all, if they've even heard of it, when you do tell them what it is, they don't even want to entertain that shit. That's not a thing. It's not a thought.
Yeah, I agree. It's ridiculous. I mean, and then I asked somebody who was really pushing it hardcore. They were like, "Yeah, but you should just accept it and this and that." And then I said, "So, what's your ethnic background?" I'm Jewish. I'm like, "So should we de-gender Hebrew?" Oh, well, that's different. That's God's language. You can't do that. Like, so you want to go through and play these games with everybody else's language, but when it's flipped onto yours, now it gotta stop.
Yeah, bro, it's it's disturbing how they go about it. You know what I'm saying? It's just it's very disturbing and uncomfortable the way that they go about it. You know what I mean? No, Atrez. Yeah, Atrez is.
I gotta share this one from yeah, I do agree with Blair White. Hey Ross, check out my video I did. I covered like a Blair White one a long time ago. It's a pretty good one. This one from Very Safe US Biolab says the people pushing the agenda are rich and powerful. The people riding the agenda are young, impressionable, know-nothings who just regurgitate everything. I completely agree. I've watched so many documentaries on, like I watched this one documentary on a bunch of, I think it was What is a Woman? And it had like pioneer people of the trans community. I'm not even talking about LGBT. I'm just talking about the trans community in particular. We're like, yo, we did this. I made this change. And now I have a lot of regrets. It's like I thought this was going to fix problems that I had within myself. Then I realized these problems that I have don't have anything to do really with my sexuality. It has to do with something else deeper, which I'm not wanting to focus on.
Thomas says he wants to be referred to as Native X.
You'd have to switch that. Imagine Jared.
Thomas, I'm just messing with you, dog. Don't come for me, Thomas.
Jared, think about it. Literally, even the word no is gender.
Yeah, it's masculine.
Exactly, it's masculine. So literally, you'd have to check that whole sentence and end almost everything but the R with an X. I mean, I don't even know how you do that. Actually, you're wrong. It couldn't be Muslim because that's already masculine. You'd have to take the M off and put an X. Muslim X. It'll be like Muslims.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, look, Hamza said people don't send your kids to college. Like, you got to be careful. When you send them to college, you probably should go with them.
Man, I put it like this. You're like, okay, what is it? I have to send you to like Notre Dame or something. TCU.
Or you send them to the U. Send them to Miami.
Yeah, somewhere down there. LSU or something.
Oh, Marcus, let me give you a side note. That just made me think because, the other night. So look, I had a crazy week, right? Starting last week, Saturday, I told you how my neighbor crashed my car, right? She smashed into it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So dude got me a rental, whatever. Monday, I ended up in the ER, like full of morphine. That wasn't fun, right? Wednesday, I got my car back. They fixed my car real quick, actually. By Thursday, it was ready. Yesterday, I go to pick up my car in the rental, and I'm going to drop off the rental. Well, the rental took a shit in the middle of the road. It was like a 2019 Dodge Ram. Marcus, when I tell you I left that shit in the middle of the road, thank God where it stopped working. It was a block away from my mechanic. Yo, I left that shit in the middle of the road and walked right to my mechanic, picked up my car, called Enterprise, like, yo, go get your shit. It's in the middle of the street. So it's been a very interesting week. Then we went to the Heat game on Wednesday where the kids got honored. So the kids I coach, they were put on center court, in the Miami Heat arena. So that was kind of cool, So we watched the Knicks lose, which pissed me off even further. But that's
I can't say Knicks without saying Knickerbockers for some reason. I don't know why.
No, I mean that is their full name, but we just call them the Knicks.
I know, but I can't help it. It's the Knickerbockers.
Yeah.
You get y'all gotta keep your corny ass name. It's like if I see somebody named Bart, I don't call them Bart. I'm like, your name is Bartholomew. I know who you are. Yes, Ruby. Oh, you mean O is masculine and is and A is feminine. Yes, A is feminine, E is feminine. So if you have A-E-I-O-U at the end of any word, it is feminine. O is masculine. Or if it has a consonant at the end, it's masculine. So you would literally have to rip apart whole languages and create a whole new Pig Latin language. It's nonsensical. It's somebody who they have such a problem with genders that they really want to just rip apart everything. And it makes me wonder, what is going on that you have this problem with gender? What is this psychological thing that's going on with you? Are you fighting back and forth? And what I think it is honestly goes back to a lot of wealthy older people who felt like they couldn't come out of the closet, and they're pushing a lot of their microaggressions on people, and some of it's a mix of that. Some of it is, I think, that they want population control and things like that. So, I mean, but you do got to remember, back in ancient Rome and ancient Egypt, a lot of the top wealthier people, a lot of the top wealthier men were gay. So, I don't know. Got Streets video here. So even Abby Martin is on this. I wouldn't be surprised. I always believe anybody who starts getting a little bit too high up the platform and stays high on the platform, because they bind into the agenda in some way, somehow. Let's see. Let's check this out from our guy over here, Mr. Streets.
Where Streets taking us down?
Why do such a thing and lie about it? Our own government.
Your own government lies as a matter of course, as a matter of policy. The Tuskegee experiments on black men in the 30s and blacks.
What are they trying to do?
That's the missing piece.
But it's
Marcus,
not hard to
they're going to take us up. They're going to take the video down now.
Oh, shit. I thought about it. Yeah, we probably can play it. Yeah. We stopped about 30 seconds, and I was like, "Ooh, we can't play it." Actually, what I will do though is I will go back, grab it, and put it in the chat.
Yeah.
Like,
Streets ain't nothing against you, but they're gonna take it down once we show something like that. That's from the network.
Oh yeah, and it's from Fox too. Ooh.
Yeah, he'll come for us.
And because he says, I know for a fact we're on the radar. If you're not on the radar yet, you might be able to get by with it. But us, they'll be like, oh, you guys, y'all want to play, huh? Let's see, copy. Yep, they definitely. I mean, we got it. I mean, remember what they did that one video we had?
Mm-hmm.
They literally they yanked the whole thing down. They was like, mm-mm.
Yeah, it was like, nah, we're not doing that.
Remember, they reinstated it though. Remember? I think it's reinstated now. Oh yeah, definitely. US Biolabs says, I'm sure you guys know trans is ultimately about transhuman. Oh yeah, all of it factors in and ties in. I put it in both of the chats there. Oh yeah, I know it definitely ties in.
Oh yeah, but it definitely ties into the transhumanist agenda. You know, if you go back, we were saying this from like last year, maybe year before, a year and a half ago, whatever it was. But yeah, for sure, it definitely all ties into that. They just want to get us used to like people, you know, putting their consciousness or likeness into another body and then getting us to accept that, you know, that's what they are.
Damn. The wind and rain is getting crazy out here. Oh, speaking of weather out here, you know we had a tornado like not that far from my job.
A word?
Yeah, it took down like 10 buildings.
Oh,
had trucks flipped over and stuff. I asked one of the cats I work with. He lived in, you know, born and raised out here, grew up in Long Beach. He's like, I mean, tornadoes in LA? Hell no, that's not normal. And it was 2 of them. But I don't know. People will just say that they fired up the machine and they're making it happen. Yeah, that's what they'll say. But yeah, what's up with the tornadoes in California reminds me of that movie. And in fact, not only are we having tornadoes here, it was just a bad tornado in Mississippi, which is kind of ironic because old boy I work with, he's from Mississippi. Well, he's not from Mississippi. His family's from Mississippi. And they just had a nasty one out there. Killed a handful of people too. But I don't know. I'm watching all of the events that are going on. I'm watching all the weather patterns. I'm watching all the stuff that's going on through entertainment and all this. I'm just seeing a lot of things all happening real fast at the same time. And before people could say, oh, well, there's always wars going on. Well, there's always crazy weather going on. Well, there's always crazy stuff in the media going on. Yeah, but I can't never remember a time where all of this stuff is all happening at the same time. I don't know, somebody who's older than me and Chris, maybe you guys can weigh in and be like, nah, you guys are over it. I know Streets is a little older than us. Are we just off here?
No, we're not. Yeah, it's, you know, it's just like the Skull and Bones Day was this past week, 3/22. Oh yeah, well, you know, the problem with being a Democrat or a liberal is that you always have, part of it is you want to be everything to everybody. So if what you do is you automatically choose to defend something or dislike something based on what the people you oppose are into or what they oppose. So you can see that there's criticism from the right wing about, you know, trans people, so now they have to stand up and, you know, act like, you know, everybody in their family's trans, right? That's just what they do, but they end up looking like doofs because of it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just see a lot of craziness going on. It's a lot of craziness going on in the world.
Yeah, Oklahoma, I've heard, has tornadoes. I had people who used to live in Oklahoma.
Yeah, but that's normal. That's Tornado Alley. I mean, I grew up right above Oklahoma. I got family in Oklahoma. On my mom's side, both my grandparents are from Oklahoma. Well, were from Oklahoma.
Nice.
So I mean, they grew up as children of the like their parents went through Tulsa, like the whole Greenville, Oklahoma, the whole Tulsa riots and all that massacre. They were children. Like, I'm trying to remember, was it either right before it happened or right after it happened? And so they remember when
Streets. I would say it's not at all different. The difference between now and then is that the technology allows us to see all the craziness all at once.
I don't know. Even
when
with
you think about it, when it's always crazy stuff going on world, but not like this. Yeah, I mean, look, when the Haitians were fighting for their liberation back during that time, there was a whole other war going on in Europe. You know what I'm saying? So, and rest of it. So there's always been multiple things happening. The tech today, though, allows us to see it as it develops, as it plays itself out, and we get to see the after effects when it's over. Yes, history does tell us it does tell us a lot of things. His story, yeah, they tell us a lot of things. And what's very interesting to Streets is what his story don't tell us, because that's what we tend to learn the most and what they didn't tell us. Marcus, where'd you disappear to? I don't know where he went. It never rains in Southern California. Oh, all right. I thought, Marcus, where'd you go, man? Hamza, did she really give like a full support of Zelensky, Abby Martin?
Sorry, Liz called me. So
okay, but she's out running the streets.
She's, believe it or not, she's working right now.
Oh, okay. Oh, Ruby heard me singing. Okay, yeah, that was them.
Doing some driving right now.
Oh, okay, that's what's up.
We're gonna be
tell her I said what up. I'll be seeing her on the gram. Tell me to go crash her party one day.
I told her, I'm like, she gonna try to hook you up with one of her damn friends.
Nah, we ain't good.
She gonna have one of them following you back to Florida. Watch.
So Chris, do you think CBDC is the introduction to the B system? It is the system.
Absolutely.
It is the system, without a doubt. They're going to be able to control everything you do. They're going to know every penny you spend. There's no middleman no more.
And not only that, they're literally going to be able to be like, oh, really? We believe that he did this, or we're going to decide that he did this. Where is he at right now? Oh, it says his location is in his car moving south on the 95. All right, just make him pull off at the next exit and drive him to the nearest police station. That's how it's going to be going. I mean, some real iRobot Demolition Man type mess is about to be going on. And if you remember, he literally had a chip in his hand in Demolition Man.
Yeah, the central, and for those who don't know, CBDC that Mr. Streets mentioned in the comments is the central bank digital currency. Mm-hmm. That's what that is. So yeah, that's what we're going to. That's why we can see the companies that are doing what you call cryptocurrency. That's why we can see a lot of them failing. you know, going out of business, being
That's
bankrupt,
what's going on.
banks are crashing. You know, this is the perfect example, right? Because they already have the solution in hand. We already know they want to do CBDC. So then what do they have to do? Hey, look, all these other cryptocurrencies, you know, they're not reliable. They're here today. They're gone tomorrow. They're causing bank crashes, blah, 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 blah. You know, hey, here's a fix for it. So that's all they have to do. They have to keep making, you know, the cryptocurrency seem extremely unreliable. So they're willing to do that explicitly and implicitly. You know what I'm saying? Yes, DeSantis is here trying. Yes, Ruby, that is correct. DeSantis is trying to put something through in Florida for us not to have the CBDC. But, you know, Ruby, when I see DeSantis do things like that, it makes me laugh because at the end of the day, we're under the jurisdiction of the federal government. So you can say that Florida won't have CBDC, but if the Fed say yes, you will, we will.
We will. Yep. Well, here's the thing. Also, all these other countries are already ahead of them doing it. And one thing that I'll tell you, because see, a lot of people see this because they see all these countries doing it and they think WEF and this and that. Without the WEF, every country wants control of their people all the time. You don't have to be coordinated to want to do that. And it's the same thing. We literally live in a monkey see, monkey do world. When one country sees somebody doing something, the rest of them want to do it. The moment that they saw Great Britain put cameras everywhere in the city and be able to watch all the time, what do you think other cities start doing? They start doing the same thing. Once one of them comes up with robot dogs, the other one's like, what? We can use robot dogs? Oh, hell yeah, we're going to do that. The same thing in this country. As the police forces got more militarized, all the police forces got militarized. But it's not that Florida was coordinating with New York and New York was coordinating, you know, with Illinois to do it. They're just going to follow suit because ultimately all of our leaders are authoritarians, period. And a lot of people think that there's a democracy, but you are under an oligarchy. That's where, like I tell people, if you want to rip the mask off of the system, pull out of the system. I mean, when you vote, it gives the systems a sense of legitimacy. They're like, see, look at all these millions of people that vote. If you have literally, you know, instead of the 200 million who don't vote or whatever, if that went to literally 300 million people didn't vote and only like 30 or 40 million people are voting, it makes the system completely look illegitimate. And even though these people don't, even though they would do what they want to do anyway, the moment you do that, then that has all the other countries like, look at what's going on in America. You got to remember, these elites, they care more about appearances than anything. Think about how many times a rich person would, like, if their kid had any kind of birth defects, they would hide that kid away because they don't want that kid to embarrass them. It's the same thing with their systems. If their systems aren't working properly, then China's like, haha, look at him. Look at the U.S. can't even keep their shit together. And it's an embarrassment for them. That's the reason why these people will work so hard to keep the system to look legitimate. That's the reason why they'll give little crumbs here and there, because they have to make it seem like there is something you can do. The moment that they tell you that there ain't shit you can do, we control everything, then there will be revolts. And they haven't worked out all their tech to get to a point where they can completely go without us yet. But they're working on it. The moment that they get that done, they're not going to give a damn about none of these protests that anybody's doing. So that's what I say, keep all that in mind, what's going on here. I think a lot of people are just not seeing it. I mean, I think about how many people who really think that Oh, well, they stopped slavery because the North just decided that they didn't want to do it anymore. No, they stopped it because they came up with machines that were more profitable. The machines were able to do it with less liability and costs. And I know people say, but you have free labor. You still got that labor, right? You still got to shelter that labor. There's a lot that still goes on dealing with human beings, and it's cheaper if you have robots. That was the first industrial revolution and all that. The more and more they work on technology, the more and more they don't need you. That's the reason why they want population control. Because the moment that they get all these machines and stuff completely done, then you got just a whole bunch of bodies sitting around. And what's going to happen? Now they're going to start wanting to come for the money.
That's more or less. That's what happens. Anything to control the masses of us. You know what I'm saying?
That's the reason why they don't care if you want to call yourself a capitalist, socialist, communist. They don't care about none of that shit. Because ultimately, it's all about the oligarchy. And the moment that they feel threatened, you'll find out what kind of government you really are in. That's my thoughts. Yeah, a lot of people think, well, if we just switch to this system, then it's going to change. Like, y'all don't realize they literally took down the monarchies, the people who have been running this. They took them down on purpose to put up these different forms of government. You thinking that the people have some power in this?
Yeah.
The people don't got no power in this, and they never have. That's probably the part which fries people's brain the most. The realization that they never really were in power, that they never really had control over the system.
Oh, Ruby, it's all good. You know, I'm called a black Republican all the time. As soon as I open my mouth, they be like, oh, you sound Republican. I'm like, then you just don't know anything if you think I sound Republican. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think about how many people were like, well, the problem is, well, we just need we need to be socialists. Or the problem is we just need to have, you know, I'm just going to go on and say, I know it's going to piss some people off, but we just need to get rid of capitalism. And once we get rid of capitalism, we'll have communism, and that'll fix it all. It's not it. It's not it. Because it still comes down to it. These people at the top still control every one of these systems.
Correct. You know, I always commend Cuba for, you know, their focus on their medical programs and sending doctors all over the world. But, you know, sometimes when you start talking to these people, some of these doctors and, you know, family members of these people, you know, a lot of them end up fleeing when they get sent out. You know what I'm saying? Like, you get sent, if you're a Cuban, you get sent to like Haiti to go help with the earthquake or something like that. Yo, as soon as they get a chance to like get out from under Cuba's rule, they do. Because come to find out, the government is eating up. Like, if the job said, you know, they'll pay you $2,000, you know, every 2 weeks, you're getting like $300, and the Cuban government's keeping the rest. That's not propaganda, you know what I'm saying? That's real shit. So to the extent that we romanticize Cuba, and I know that they get screwed over by the international community who listens to the dictates of the United States, all this shit ain't right either. You know what I'm saying? They should have advanced their own culture too. But unfortunately, the greed kicks in, you know? One rule, one religion, one currency. If you sleep, you sleep.
I like this here from BioLabs. Powerful. And let me put this up. It says, there's a fantastic quote from Professor Michael Parenti, that we think, capital letters think, we are free. But that's only because we haven't gone far enough to expose the lengths and limits of our chains. Exactly. And the problem is, a lot of these people, they can't fathom a reality. And you know, I'm gonna just call it how it is. This ain't to everybody in the audience. This ain't to our people who are white, but a lot of the broader population, most of the white people, cannot fathom a reality where they don't have control. They can't fathom it. They can't fathom that there's not an option. And like we said before, if Mike Tyson in his prime decides he's going to beat my ass and he about to empty my wallet, there's not much I can do about that. It is what it is. I'm getting knocked the fuck out and my pockets are getting empty. And when you live in a form of privilege, you can't fathom that there's nothing you can do in some situations. It is just what it is. We got to remember, one man, I brought this up earlier today, James Pierpont Morgan, one man had the power to control this whole nation. One man was like, yo, let me go, hey, go and get that money that I got over there, you know, up on the shelf. Yeah, go get a couple of them and give this to this little country so that you can prop them up. I mean, what it is, they've gotten from the point of, hey, I know you guys got your little outhouse over there that we gave you for the plantation. Now we got enough that as long as you have your ass to work on Monday morning, you can go have the weekend off. You can go live in your own little house, have your little baby, so they can go into our system and operate more of the larger plantation. And it's still the same plantation. The only thing is the levels of wealth that they have now, they can afford to give you the money to buy yourself go buy yourself a little house over there and you can get your little TV, but you're still controlled.
You get you a car, you can drive to my building every day, that's fine.
And I might not even drive your car. Oh wow, I do not know what language that is. Normally, let's see, stream starting in 4 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know. But I guess they were saying maybe you were on we've been on for 4 hours now.
Oh yeah. It says 4. Oh yeah, been going for quite a while.
Yo, Mike Tyson tried to steal your girlfriend in the 90s. Yo, that was my girlfriend.
Yeah, I just thought about it. You brought up the 4 hours. I guess I've been going like a champ. You know, I did an hour before. You know, I did an hour and 15 before this. I've literally been on for 5.5 hours. I almost did a work shift.
Right? For real. Yo, don't we get breaks and shit?
Norman says, my big sister stole my lunch money. Exactly. There was nothing you can do about that lunch money either. But that's the reality that we're in, you know. That's the reality that we're in. It's just a matter of doing what you can where you can, with what you can. Yes, that's all it is about. Yeah, Chris needed 15. I'm a champ. I could keep going. No, I could honestly, but
I'm saying Marcus is the boss. He's the owner, right? Atrez, after 4 hours, you're supposed to get like a 15-minute break, right? You know, it's 4:08. I'm past my 15. I'm gonna file a complaint. Even look, I was late to work and I'm complaining. That's some Democrat liberal shit.
You gotta remember, I've been doing what? Yeah, 5.5 hours. I got on at, let's see. I got on at, really? I can't even count right now. I can't even count right now. So what your time?
Like 10. You got like a little past 10.
No, I got on at about 8 your time. What time is it there now?
It's 2:20. No, so it's 10 my time I'm talking about.
So I got on, so I've been on since 8. Yeah, because I got.
Yeah, it's about 2:30, Marcus. I'm about done. Like, I mean, I'm not, but you know.
Well, yeah,
say
and then.
something.
Well, yeah, that's right. I definitely do got to say something. I got an interview in the morning.
Oh shit,
Dude!
who you interviewing?
I dropped a video on Wednesday, I think. I did a live stream Friday. So yesterday did these 5.5 hours a day, and then I'll be on tomorrow morning for about another hour or so. Yeah, and it smells literally like somebody is smoking a cigarette in my apartment, but I don't know. It's weird. I don't know. Maybe I'm losing my mind. No, I hear drunk bitches outside.
Oh boy.
It raining a second ago, like downpouring. They back out there now. Yeah, man, dude, it literally sounds like they're killing cats out here some nights, man.
Really?
They loud ass karaoke, horribly singing.
Damn.
Actually, Ruby, I ain't even sleepy. Actually, what I could do is, get some food, keep on munching, and then we keep on. That's why I say, man, y'all, if I had the ability to do this full time, like some of these other streams do, y'all would get tired of seeing me. Y'all literally, I'll be
yeah, I know. Tell me about it. I'd probably be doing this more, but of course, like you, I work 40 plus hours a week, so it's not always. And then, you got to squeeze in, running to the store, doing this. I cook a lot. You know what I'm saying? I coach. So, there's other things I do besides besides this. But I see a lot of people, this seems to be their main thing. Like their, and to each its own. I ain't knocking people, you know what I'm saying? Like, but I just have other interests and other things that I need to be doing.
I don't have kids either, so that makes a difference. If I had kids, there's no way.
Sometimes, but you know what though? You can't always be into this shit all the time. Like, it's good to stay on point. It's good to stay informed. It's good to stay aware. It's good. All that shit is good. However, you do need to unplug sometimes and just like chill. Do something fun. Do something that's not triggering. Do something that doesn't require you to think a lot. You know what I'm saying? Laugh. Spend time with your friends. Put the phone down. Just break bread.
I got this comedian that I'll send it to you. I listened to a little. I've been listening. Honestly, this week I've been listening to a little bit more comedy. Kind of break it up. That's how I kind of
Yeah.
What my bicycle, my lunch money. Lucky I'm still in version of 67. Oh man, Norman. And Jared's 66. Maybe y'all need to go talk to each other. No, I'm just playing. International matchmaking over here. I want to answer A. Ross's question here. It says, what do y'all believe happens at the end of this psychotic global domination plan? Like for real. Chris, would you like to take that first? I'll give mine after.
What do y'all believe happens at the end of this psychotic global domination plan? Shit, we start all over from scratch and do it all over again.
I mean, what I honestly believe is that we really are approaching the end. I believe that World War III is going to lead to be careful for YouTube, I'll say destruction of Mystery Babylon. Once that destruction of Mystery Babylon happens, and like, for instance, like I'm gonna give it to you 1000% real. These so-called aliens that you hear people talk about, I don't believe these are aliens. I believe these are angelic chariots, and it's coming to literally take people back to their homeland, the Holy Land. And I believe that when those people are back into the homeland, then those nations, which are the new superpowers, are going to come against the children who are there. And then they're going to be destroyed. It's kind of like how, if you think about how Game of Thrones was most of the seasons, it's practical. Everything is practical. And then at the end, it gets a little supernatural with dragons coming in. So it's kind of a situation like that where it's going to start off practical, all this, and then it's going to speed up and get to it's going to get a little extra. And then after everything, like I always say, it's always darkest before the dawn. After things go through like all the chaotic stuff that's going to happen, then there's going to be a reckoning and then peace. And like some of the stuff I tell you about regeneration and things like that, all these mysteries that we wonder about, we will get answers to all of these things, all of these questions. And there will be truly peace. But a certain group of these elites that we talk about, these people who are sitting behind the scenes, putting this person against that person, who's causing all this evil and division in the world, they got to be taken down a peg or two. Like it says in scripture, it says their kings will be your nursing mothers. So basically talking about those same people at the top, they're going to go build up your walls. They're going to go through their penance, and then the rest of the world can live in harmony without the cancer of the earth. So that's what I believe.
I feel you.
I don't know. I don't know if that's a fulfilling answer or not. I know a lot of people are not faith-based, but I am.
I don't know. Whatever happens, I just hope that I hope one way or another I can at least see it or hear about it, know about it, whether I'm here or in the afterlife or somewhere. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I don't believe in like I've already said, I'm not like a Christian. I don't believe we float in no cloud mansions. I don't believe in that. Thomas gets it right there. Said the elites are everyone's antichrist. Yeah, everybody's thinking the antichrist is going to be this one person who's going to rise up. No, the antichrist are those people. The devil, Satan, you know, when they say, oh, you sold your soul to the devil, you're not literally sitting up there with a dude that got some long fingernails and red horns come out and a little goatee, who's like, hey, well, sign on the dotted line, and then when you come back, I'm going to suck your soul out of your body. That's not what it is. It's when you want this status and fame and you start to compromise on your morals. You start compromising on things you know is right. You start turning the other way on things you know you're supposed to be doing, all for that mighty dollar. That's selling your soul. So that's it. We will close it out. Make sure you guys comment. Make sure you guys go check out my interview that I did earlier with Octo Squid. It was some fun. We'll have him back. Warning, he did have a little bit of mic issues, so it's a little scratchy in there, but it was a lot of good information in there. Please go check out his documentaries. He did the first part, second part is coming soon, and then he has a third part that's going to be coming out. And then I have the interview with Sweta Agrawal, the author of The Black Rose, and it's a book about colorism in India and her story. And I got some interesting questions and ways I'll probably connect that into other things I'm seeing. So hopefully y'all check that out. Shoot, what time is that interview? Let me see, so I can give it to y'all right now. Hopefully you guys can file in there. I'm gonna make sure to leave some time where she can answer some questions for anybody who chooses to be there. Time will be let's see. Time will be at let's see. So for me it'll be 7:05 my time, 7:05 Pacific, 8 a.m. And 10 a.m. Eastern. So make sure you all check that out. And I guess numbers start fading from me as it gets later at night. So you guys, if you're in the Central Time or Mountain Time or whatever, what is it? 7, 8, 9, or 10 o'clock? And then 6 hours from that, if you're in the UK, I believe.
I'll be flying, Thomas.
All right, so that's it. You guys have a good one.
It's 4:20. You already know what that means. Go get your medicine.
Yeah, wish I could. All right, y'all have a good one. It's been real. Much love. Much love.
All right, guys. Have a good one, everyone. Peace. We'll see y'all next week.
All right.